Hi, Cassie.
How you doing?
My presentation is right after yours. You didn't have anything that you needed to put up on the projector.
No, you know me.
I just wanted to double check because I didn't want my stuff to be in the way of yours.
No, not at all. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we're busy, Pastor.
Yeah, thank you.
We're so busy, I'll
We
tell
need
you.
to recognize him. You know, I'm trying to get some other things.
Wow.
But when they say they don't know what's going on,
They know what's going on.
in court they ask you, you understand what's being said? And you go, yeah. Jill,
Oh,
They said, it's,
that's clever.
what's that thing? It means all encompassing. It's Latin. A lot of the stuff that you see in court has Latin words that you don't know the meaning of. What would you say? No, Judge? Right? All right, I'll be back.
I know.
Oh, it's about the budget.
Oh, but they around here cutting trees.
You asked about the emergency order. That was just
Oh,
about the
no, I thought she was just saying she was gonna say, it's about that, okay. Now you say, so it's about what?
emergency order.
Now you said it's about what? Oh, okay.
Fast twice in the same day. Hey, yes, sir. All right, buddy. There you go. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Yeah, twice in the same day. I guess I'm supposed to put on the mask. Oh, let me go speak to the council.
Ma'am, did you want to? Okay.
Just bringing up these people that's done passed away.
If you want somebody to be recognized, you can try and email me.
Mayor, how are you?
Yeah, you can
I'm
try
really
and email
good. Hi, Pastor.
They're all on the website.
They ain't never mentioned my husband, he died.
I was sitting right here. Why don't you sit right right here next to me? I know you. This is, I have been out. This is oh my goodness. See her twice when she was in church. Twice. Yeah, well, it was a great time. Oh, thank you. So y'all maybe feel some respect. I'm still trying to get through it.
I'm waiting to cash in on that, don't he work with, home?
But I still been very yeah, well, we were in honor of our pastor on Sunday, so it's going to be so I'm excited.
I mean, that makes no sense. The picture she showed me, that's up to my hips, and I'm too tall.
It's over the fence. The grass turning into trees. How long is not that? Yeah, blown.
No,
Oh, do I have to sign in on this thing?
you
I think
do.
I'm already signed in. I think I'm already signed in. I think I'm already signed in.
You're doing a presentation, aren't you?
Yes.
You don't need to sign in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
You're-
let me just be sure. Let me
You're on the agenda.
let me just go. Sign for a presentation or something.
You don't have to sign up.
I don't have to sign nothing. I'm just
You're
gonna
just here
tell
for
them
your
I'm a loyal
presentation.
friend. I'm just gonna tell them that.
You didn't want to speak during agenda address or public
I
comment, did
I ain't addressing nobody.
you? Okay, all right, then you're all set.
I got a presentation and a thank you.
Okay, all right.
What do you think of that? And I'm gonna tell them I know you.
But you're on the agenda,
All
right?
right, I think I am. I think. I don't know. I don't know where I am. Where would I be?
Special presentations. Are you listed under there? I ain't got my
There,
glasses.
yeah. Juneteenth community
Okay.
celebration.
Then you're all
There,
set.
presentation. There, I'm on.
Okay.
I'm on
Then
it.
you're all set.
I'm already on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 6:00 p.m. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order. Give the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, President McGinnis. As we come to order, I would like to introduce to you Pastor Douglas Jones of Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. He is coming today to give us our invocation. Please welcome him as he comes.
We thank you. Can I have you bow your heads, and we thank God for this opportunity, and I thank God for this council and the citizens of Pontiac for affording me this humbling opportunity to offer prayer. Gracious and eternal God, our Father, giver of every good and every perfect gift, ruler and super ruler within our lives. Here we are, merciful God in heaven, your children, who you gave us the right to call your Father. For you said that whenever we pray, pray our Father, and so as children before a disciplining parent, we come praying and glorifying and magnifying your name, and asking you, merciful God in heaven, to be with us, to watch over us, and to keep us. We thank you for life. We thank you for health. And we thank you for strength. We thank you, merciful God in heaven, for the energy that you have given to us. And Father God, as we praise and glorify your name, we also ask you to continue to give our council, our mayor, and our department heads, our leaders, the knowledge and wisdom to do the work that you've assigned their hands and their hearts and minds to do. We pray, merciful God in heaven, that you and you alone would fortify them with strength, with knowledge, that you would order their footsteps and direct their path. And let everything that they do be to your glory as they work to bring our city to the type of city that you would have it to be. Now we thank you right now, not only for this moment, but we thank you for all of our yesterdays, and we praise your name for the tomorrows that you would give us. We thank you for supplying us with brand new mercies every day. Now be with us and keep us. Bless our city, bless our county, bless our state, bless our nation, and bless these leaders that you've placed before us in this great and wonderful city of Pontiac, Michigan. In the blessed name of our Lord and Savior, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. We'll be reading the names of those that we know in our community we have lost, but first I'd like to give the floor to Clerk Garland Doyle. He, since our last meeting, laid his father, Lionel Doyle, to rest. Any reflections or thoughts on your beloved father you'd like to offer, Clerk Doyle? So, in addition to Lionel Doyle, we raise up the names of Mary Anthony, George Coleman Sr., Leslie Fulbright Sr., Vivian Powell Chambers, Robert Robertson, Moselle Solomon, Edward Siren, Tyron Williams, William, sometimes known as Dr. Bill Stevens, and the bicyclist. I apologize, I don't know his name yet, but a bicyclist was hit and killed crossing Cesar Chavez Avenue in recent days by Myrtle. We pray for the recovery of Robert Stevens, brother of William Stevens and husband of Jesse Stevens, as he recovers from a stroke. We pray for the recovery of the 6-year-old girl hit by a vehicle on Virginia Street. And with that, please join us with a moment of silence. Thank you. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here?
McGinnis,
Here, present.
Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established and all members present and voting, please have a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
I make the motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. Any discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Goodman.
I would like to add a discussion item regarding the Phoenix Center Smart Bus Stop.
Okay. And a discussion item would come, help me out, Clerk Doyle, if I've got it wrong. Should it come before subcommittee reports, or should we bring it after special presentations? What's been our standard practice?
I believe after subcommittee reports, but
Okay.
before special presentation.
All right. So there is a motion to amend the agenda by Councilman Goodman that would add a discussion item on the smart bus stop at the Phoenix Center. It would come after subcommittee reports, but before special presentations. Is there a second?
Support.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any context you want to give on that?
So there will be a change in terms of the routing when it comes to the bus stops in and around downtown Pontiac. As in, the Phoenix Center will no longer be the singular main bus stop, and routes will be moving to different parts of downtown. And for the people, it's extremely important to know that they will no longer be able to go to the Phoenix Center stop.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Hearing nothing further, roll call on the adoption of the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
and Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, so the agenda is amended. We're back to the main motion. The agenda is amended. Any other additions, questions, clarifications?
Mr. President, I'd like to add a discussion
Nicholson.
item as well, a second discussion item for Arts Commission appropriations in the lawn chair concert series.
All right, is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Rutherford to add that discussion item. Any clarification needed?
I can give a quick synopsis. The Arts Commission has been working on and voted for a armchair concert series. There seems to be some confusion and want to have an open discussion regarding appropriations and how the Arts Commission can fund from their budget these concert series. We certainly don't want them to be in the position to have to cancel that event 14 days beforehand, but it seems that there's some procedural discussion that needs to be had to fully understand how we can make that event happen in future events as well.
I think that's clear in terms of what the discussion would be. Hearing no further discussion on amending the agenda, roll call on adding that additional discussion item. Clerk Doyle.
I,
What?
that's what I have.
Okay. Roll call, Clerk
Okay.
Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That carries. And Councilwoman Rutherford, you have an amendment.
I wanted to make sure we made the amendment. I wanted to amend that we put the town hall meetings on the minute to have it as a discussion item. I mean, no, excuse me, to announcement about the meeting July 20th.
Okay. We could do that. So motion to add a communication under mayor's office. It would be the second communication in terms of the July 20th town hall. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. Hearing no discussion. Roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The only reason why it wasn't on there yet is when I set the agenda Thursday, Friday, we just.
Oh, I know. I just want to, get it all
Got it.
out in the open.
Any other amendments or discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion on the adoption of the agenda as amended, 2 discussion items and a communication item have been added. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are at approval of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
I make the motion.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. Not a debatable motion. Roll call on adoption.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now at subcommittee reports. First, in alphabetical order of the subcommittees, Communications, Engagement, and Operations. Chair Goodman, you have the floor.
Yeah, so we mainly focused on discussing the multiple technology updates, so re-inquiring about Microsoft 365, as well as the website refresh and discussions around the city's logo, as well as, of course, some small, as I refer to it as, low-cost or low-entry improvements for City Hall. Anything that can possibly help residents better get around City Hall, a better way to conduct meetings inside of legislative chambers, so on and so forth, essentially making sure that whatever ways that we can improve the city's technology capabilities without costing too much money or too much effort or overhead, and find those really low entry ways to make City Hall more welcoming. But other than that, those were the main discussions, just making sure that City Hall is on its way to improving our capabilities to better reach out to our residents.
All right, Facilities and Property, Chair Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. And it's okay for me to do both committees at this time?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll start with Facilities and Property Subcommittee. We met May the 27th. Some of the main things we discussed was a review of Pontiac City Hall facilities, our challenges and opportunities. We also had a discussion of public works facilities and storage possible solutions. We had a review of future considerations for city-owned parcels for possible sale. And we had an assessment, we talked about assessment of Purdue School, the site challenges and opportunities as well. For the Public Safety and Health Wellness Subcommittee, we met May the 12th, 2022. Some of the old business was, of course, the flock camera system pilot program and the completion date of that particular project. We talked about a sheriff deputy being assigned to downtown Pontiac this summer. We also had our standing updates from Oakland County Sheriff Department, our latest response times. We also had updates from a Waterford Regional Fire Department report, as well as our EMS services. And those reports have been given to all council. You should see that in your box or under your doors. And that concludes my subcommittee reports.
Thank you. Finance and Personnel, Chair Nicholson.
This month, we meet again on the second Tuesday of every month, 2 p.m. here in council chambers. We had an update. We were pleased to be joined by Angela Benitez, the city's new HR director. She gave us a great update about the 9 positions that we currently have posted, many more to come as we approve this next fiscal year's budget. However, the recruitment efforts have bared a lot of fruit. For all of those 9 positions, we do have active and qualified candidates. So as those positions move forward, you should see them being filled pretty swiftly. We did have an audit update on our forensic audit. At this point, the update was that the auditors have been on site to collect all on-site documents. The timeline is going as reported. At this point, they have not reported any major inequities, but that audit has just begun. We also reviewed the city's investment policies required annually. We will continue to pour over that document, as much of it is set by state law, but there may be some minor updates to the document just as a course of keeping it fresh. that will come before council in the coming months. Financials through April, the city remains to be in strong financial position. We did review all of the city's finances, and every month basis we review from the 2 months previous as that month completely closes out and all of the bills and payments have been made and received. So that is our update, and feel free to join us. We do allow the public to join us every second Tuesday, 2 o'clock of the month here in council chambers.
Thank you. Law in the Courts, Chair Parker.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Due to a scheduling conflict with our budget meetings, the Law in the Courts did not meet in May. So we just invite everybody to come out and join us on June 27th at 4 p.m. in the council legislative area, and we'll be holding our meeting at that point in time.
Chair James, Parks, Recs, and Public Works.
Yes, we had a meeting in May of 2022, and we discussed the hiring of a new Parks and Rec manager, Tanisha Taylor, and also the assistant manager, Robert Birch, whom you will meet very shortly. Very happy to have them on board. We also talked about changes to the grass cutting contract for the parks, that we will see the parks, the grass cut in the parks more often than what we previously had. And we also should see improved trash collection in the parks. That's all I've got for tonight.
Thank you. And I apologize for skipping over myself. For economic development, housing and planning, the meeting was held on very recently in June. It was, since the minutes are right before us, June 6th. Yes, that's the ticket. And in addition to returning items of business, we also had the new executive director of Main Street Pontiac, Sean Kammer, there. Main Street Pontiac is sort of the economic development organization focused on downtown Pontiac, and so they have new professional leadership hired. So we had him present to us, but also it'll be an open invitation for him to be at all of the meetings going forward, since it's an important element of economic development in our city. In addition to many other items, we reviewed all of the current residential, commercial, and industrial and warehouse developments that are happening in our city, sort of prospective and then actively underway. And since the community may enjoy it, I'll just quickly run through. The shores at Crystal Lake, Branch Street, and that area in District 1, there was a special presentation done to the Planning Commission since our last report from the subcommittee. American House Senior Housing on South Telegraph Road in District 1 is very near completion, but actively underway. 24 at Bloomfield Apartments, also on South Telegraph Road in District 1. Construction is actively underway. And the same for Westwood Apartments on Gulf Drive in District 1. The shores at Stonegate Point in District 2 continue the expansion of those single-family residences. In District 5, Fieldstone Village is also expanding. It's the same developer for both of those projects. Carriage Place renovation project in District 7, the Pontiac Housing Commission's project to bring up Carriage Place apartments is proceeding very swiftly. Some residents have even moved back in to the renovated units. Winston Commons at Mechanic Street, Douglas, and Huron in District 7, that is near completion, and many residents have moved in. And we also inquired about the status of West Manor and that reconstruction on Paddock Street. The mayor and administration have been working to facilitate movement on that front. Commercial developments, District 1's Ottawa Towers on Woodward Avenue and Judson Street were addressed. They gave a special presentation about their painting that they'll be planning on doing on the Ottawa Towers in the coming months. And so that was done at this most recent Planning Commission meeting, June 1st. The Rise Pontiac Commercial District in District 2 along Vanguard Drive, there'll be a business park. They will be they've done their preliminary site plan, but more is to come in the future months to the Planning Commission. Epiphany Studios, the glass artist at 770 Orchard Lake, they're continuing to finish up their work, and we're grateful for their continued role in Pontiac. We spoke about the Webster Community Center, and since our last subcommittee report, that development agreement was adopted by this city council, so that activates the obsolete property rehabilitation assessment, exemption certificate. We inquired about West Huron Mini Storage on West Huron and the Baldwin Avenue Quick Stop, a gas station on Baldwin. There has not been any movement since the latest subcommittee meeting. The Planning Commission has done site plan approval for a Taco Bell on Walton Boulevard near Laurel in District 4. We inquired about what might come next for Glenwood Plaza redevelopment in District 6 on Glenwood. There's not been much movement lately in terms of permits or building. A touchless car wash at Joslin and 2nd Avenue came before the Planning Commission across the street from, I believe, the Sunoco gas station. Same owners. And so there was a bit of a response from the Planning Commission that said, if it is going to be 24 hours, then more screening needs to be to make sure that residents nearby don't have to deal with headlights and noises, et cetera, so that way there's more of a barrier. So that's still to come. And the East Pike, at 145 East Pike, essentially across from City Hall, you can see the car storage that's being constructed there, that they've just started to put some structure up. And for the sake of time, I'll sort of leave it at there. But we also reviewed industrial and warehouse developments, although I will say one of them was Crown Enterprises has a batch concrete concept for Bradford Drive behind United Wholesale Mortgage and kind of behind Murphy Park in District 7. They had a presentation of the Planning Commission on behalf of my constituents and the city. I said that I was not inclined to be supportive, although I'll keep an open mind that a heavy industrial use didn't seem like a good fit there. And so, for the sake of time, I'll stop, but there is much development and activity away on the residential, commercial, industrial, and warehouse front in the city of Pontiac. We now move to discussions. First, the Phoenix Center Smart Bus Stop. Councilman Goodman, I want to give the floor to you first.
Yeah, so there is an update. There is currently a temporary, and I use that in quotation marks when speaking in the city of Pontiac, a temporary closing of the Phoenix Center Smart Bus Stop. And it will be actually being diverted to 5 different stop locations beginning on June 20th. Correct, Corey? So I don't know if anyone can get that up on the screen while I'm doing this. There will be multiple different transfer points, and hopefully I can work with the administration to get this published around City Hall a little bit better and on the Facebook page. Stop 1, which will be located, oh, there we go. Stop 1, which will be located at westbound Pike, west of Saginaw, will service southbound 450 to Detroit and southbound 462 to Detroit. So that will be at, again, the westbound side of Pike, west of Saginaw. Stop 2, which is westbound Pike, east of Mill Street. They will be the last stop northbound of the 450, so the 450 will come from Detroit, stop at that stop, and it will go from the northbound 462, so the SMART from Detroit all the way to Graylers Crossing will pass that stop, and then the westbound 790 to Columbia and Baldwin will also go from that stop. For stop 3, which is westbound Huron east of Saginaw, that will be the southbound 375 to Meyer and Old Redford, and the westbound 790 for Baldwin and Columbia as well. Stop 4, which is eastbound Huron, west of Saginaw, will be the northbound 375 to the Amazon location, as well as the eastbound 790 to Oakland University. And then stop number 5, which is northbound Perry, north of Pike, will be the eastbound 796 only to the Pontiac, Amazon, and Center Point Parkway area. So again, starting on June 20th, there will be no stops stopping at the Phoenix Center. I think that's extremely important, so people who are obviously trying to catch transfers between multiple areas, be aware that you will not be able to catch all of those transfers in the same spot as normal. There may have to be some walking to be done, but just to make sure that this does not happen and no one's aware of it, because I take it that this is news for almost everyone in this room. So I just wanted to make sure that that information was conveyed, especially to the residents who have to use the smart bus system to get around not only our city, but the nearby area.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions?
Yes.
Councilwoman Relaford.
Thank you. So when was this actually adopted, and is this a permanent, is it transitional, and how will SMART come, and can we get SMART to come and explain why this happened?
So I have reached out to the mayor, and the administration has stated that they've reached out to Madonna from SMART. I don't know if anything's been updated on that. This has been out, and again, I'm looking at my friend who's one of my good transit activist friends. This has probably been out for, let's say, a little bit over a week, but not much longer than that, I'd assume. Yeah, so this was posted to their service bulletins on their website, and there is a updated signage at the Phoenix Center, but the map, as you're looking at it, is not the most straightforward thing in the world, which is not confusing. It's probably one of the most confusing things I've ever looked at, but also it doesn't do the best at communicating to residents that things have changed, as well as how they have changed and how to go about that.
So maybe.
I don't know if the mayor has anything to update in terms of a response from SMART.
Yeah, so as you know, Councilman, I emailed Madonna Van Fossen at SMART last week when you brought this to my attention to try to get some answers about a couple of key questions. One is, why was the temporary closure of the bus stop put in place? And the other is, for how long do they anticipate it lasting? I have not gotten clear answers from SMART as of yet. I did follow up with them this morning, and she was hoping to get answers by tonight's council meeting, but I have not yet heard back from SMART.
Councilman Nicholson?
Do we know, are there markers at each one of these locations? When somebody gets there, they know they're at the right spot?
I have not checked
Seen
personally,
them.
so I have no clue.
I think it'll be important, too, to ask Ms. Van Fossen. I mean, I'm happy to help. I'm sure Councilwoman Rutherford is, too, as this is her district, to canvass the businesses that are close by. And the 50th District Court, we seem to be the place that gives out, this is where constantly we have people coming in saying, hey, where's the bus stop? And we can help them.
Mayor Grimal?
So she just texted me at 6:27 p.m., so 60 seconds ago as I was speaking. She said, and I'll just read the text to you, we relocated the stops for the various routes that ran through the Phoenix Center to other stops downtown because of so many complaints over the past 8 years. It's temporary to see how it works. The next change could be made Labor Day. They do service changes every quarter, so every 3 months.
Councilman Goodman for a second time?
The question just immediately jumps to communication.
Yep.
Because I'm going to ask this question. This is not a trick question. Meredith, when did you find out about the service change?
When you brought it to my attention, and I was thinking the same thing, which is I would hope that SMART, before they made changes, would check in with the municipality, especially if the change is made because of concerns or complaints. I would hope that they would solicit feedback from the municipality, from city government, the mayor and council. That never occurred.
And the more unfortunate thing is, even so, like in terms of lines of communication in regards to this specific circumstance, you found out from me, and I found out from someone else who is an activist who is keeping track of these things. So the fact that line of communication broke down even before City Hall kind of causes concern, especially in the case where we've been having this transit conversation now since we've been taking office, and we have been, really making sure that the people of the city can use public transit and that we're defending it. And we run into a situation now where a very staple of many of our residents' lives is being changed, and many people don't know. Or, again, there's signage there, but there is a difference for people who ride the same bus every single day, who have a schedule, who will never look at that sign ever again,
Yep.
who are going to wake up June 20th, try to go to work, and can't. And again, this worries me if this is going to be.
Well, it helps
an
to highlight some of the frustrations.
Councilman Rutherford's
Oh,
next on the speakers.
forgive me, President.
Councilman Rutherford,
Thank
then Mayor
you.
Brown.
Mayor Grandma, this is a question to you from the woman that you just spoke to. Is there any way that we can get information that we can put out in our community? There is a lot of people that this is going to affect at the end of the day. I mean, it's a 10-day gap, really. So what is it, today's the 14th? It's a 6-day gap. So we need to, like, we need to do e-blasts. Can you make a commercial on Channel 22? Anything to make sure that our citizens know, so that when they get up, they can actually get, know where to go, and make it user friendly as well.
Mayor Graham.
Yeah, it's certainly, we'll certainly do whatever we can do to get the word out, and we're open to suggestions about that. And, I want to acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed. I share all of those concerns and shared them from when I first reached out to SMART last Thursday, but the explanation that I received, 3 minutes ago only highlights and amplifies those concerns. It certainly helps explain some of the frustrations that other communities have felt about SMART.
Thank you.
I just want to state that if for 8 years the complaints have been about service, I'm more receptive. But if the complaints are anything beyond service issues, then I don't see as much of the merit. The fact that there is a high volume transportation connector in our downtown is an asset if it's well staged and if it's maintained and cleaned and well lit. And so I just want to state that I can understand and respect there being many factors involved, but I hope that it ultimately is about the transportation service and the ease of access for our residents in our community, and not seeing that as a detriment to downtown, because I don't see that as a detriment to downtown. But wherever any stop is that's high volume, it needs to be well serviced and well supported. Any other discussion on this item? That concludes that discussion item. Next is Arts Commission Lawn Chair Concert Series. Councilman Nicholson, you made the motion. I'll give you the floor.
Sure. It was brought to my attention that the Arts Commission has been working on, and I've received flyers and seen other communications on this lawn chair concert series. It seems that some dollars were received. They do have some budgetary, some dollars in their budget. When asked to make an appropriation to pay for this series, they were told that they could not. So I want to make sure, now that we're several days away from this concert taking place, that we're not now coming around, especially now we've made the decision as a city, and a previous administration made this decision to form an arts council or arts commission. If they're going to be of the city, I certainly believe we should make sure that they're putting out communications that the city is aware of, that there's some good work back and forth, whether there needs to be a staff person assigned to work with that committee on a regular basis, or I just don't want to get into this situation. I want to understand what we can do to make sure that this series happens and their hard work isn't for naught.
Anyone from administration able to elaborate? Mayor Granville?
Yeah, so we do have a staff person who's been assigned to interface with the Arts Commission, and that's Alex Borngesser, who does the grants work for the city. And as City Council knows, you approved a resolution to bring on board the Pontiac Community Foundation as the city's fiduciary. Money has been raised into the Pontiac Community Foundation as the fiduciary. That resolution also required, actually, the city, and specifically Ms. Borngesser, to review requests for disbursement of funds. And I think Ms. Borngesser has requested some basic information in terms of a budget and a plan that have not yet been provided to her, is my understanding.
Councilman I'm sorry. On follow-up, Councilman Nicholson.
I understand the merit behind a budget and a plan. I do understand that, though, there was also an action by the Arts Commission to approve the appropriation. I don't see how we cannot fulfill that obligation, especially 14 days before the concert.
Councilman Rutherford?
So two things. The executive side, can Ms. Borngesser attest to what is going to be the actual timeline when these people are going to get their checks? Because what I don't want to happen is that the artists don't get paid, because that's going to be a problem for me as an artist, because artists need to get paid for their services, number one. And number two, can we make it expedient so that we know going forward how they're going to actually be able to ask for the funding and a timeline when it's going to actually be done? At the end of the day, is it 3 to 5 days, 7 to 10, 7 to 14, or 21 days for every time they get money donated? Because we had these people put in as the fiduciary to make it easier, not to make it harder.
Mayor Grimer?
I want to invite Ms. Borngesser to speak to the specific dynamics and the time frame. But before I do just want to emphasize that, yes, the Arts Commission voted to do it, but the resolution passed by council, and it was written this way specifically at the request of council leadership, specifically says that requests have to be approved not by the Arts Commission, but by the city administration and Ms. Borngesser. And the reason for that is pretty straightforward. The Arts Commission does not exist as an entity separate from the city. It is part of the city. It is not a 501c3. It is part of the city. And just as we don't allow any city department to simply approve disbursements of money without it going through the proper process, the thought was that it's important to have the same safeguards in place for the Arts Commission, which is part of the city. And with that, I'd invite Ms. Borngesser to speak to the specifics of the situation.
Hi. So we've been working diligently to fund the Arts Commission projects overall. And so what has been done thus far, as you know, a fiscal sponsorship agreement has been arranged with the Pontiac Community Foundation. I met with Irma and the Arts Commission together to discuss programmatic budgets, so we can look at the full scope of a budget for an entire program. And I also looked at, or asked them for a budget for their entire year of programs, so we can start to build fundraising metrics for ourselves to set goals to make sure that our programs are fully funded before we execute any agreements for professional services, before we enter into any contractual obligations, to make sure that we in fact have the money to pay these individuals. I met with Ms. Karen today, and we walked through some fundraising operations. We made some fundraising calls, and actually scheduled an additional day for call time to make follow-ups to those calls to kind of fund the gap for the Lawn Chair Concert Series. At this point, there is $35,000 raised for the Arts Commission. That does not fund the Lawn Chair Concert Series in its entirety. It does not fund the Arts Crawl in its entirety per the programmatic budgets that were received by me from the Arts Commission. So my prompt to them is, would you like to have the Lawn Chair Concert Series or the Arts Crawl, or how can we fundraise this gap so we can make sure that they're all being funded appropriately and in full? Partial funding for these programs is not possible. There is no reason to fund a stage and lighting and generators for no entertainment to be paid for to go along with them. And so we're working to put together continued fundraising for those various projects. At this time, there is funding in the City of Pontiac Fund through Pontiac Community Foundation to pay for this first concert series, which is on the 30th, if the commission did, in fact, want to move forward. I have not received any invoices to be paid, at which point I could approve them. I have received templates for agreements for those artists.
Councilman Nicholson?
Thank you. So I think the conversation needs to be had with the Arts Commission of what the mayor just read back to us, because I certainly don't want them producing more flyers and putting them out into the community for an event that's not yet approved by the city. I certainly don't want to get phone calls of people panicked and upset saying, I've done all of this work and now it's not going to happen. It doesn't sound like it's not going to happen. So viewers at home, please come to the Lawn Chair Concert Series. It's probably going to happen. Right? I mean, me having to say it's probably going to happen is a very frustrating and confusing thing. So I think if we made that change, if we needed to communicate that, we need to know that that needed to be communicated by us.
Can I add just one point?
This is getting too chaotic, guys. I have the floor. I'd like to finish my thought. Thank you. We have to not be this disorganized. It looks bad. It really looks bad. We've got a commission who has been put together, given a lot of, they're energized, they're excited, they really want to do good work. They want to put this together. They started, maybe they got too, maybe the cart was ahead of the horse. So I think that that conversation needs to be had. Guys, we really need to stop putting together programming before we put together a budget and a vision and a plan. Let's go back to the basics, because I think everybody has, especially in a group of very creative people, we all have our ideas and want to put them out and run with them. And the city certainly is hungry for all of these things to have to be happening, especially right now. It's summer. It's the best time for it to get rolling. But if these things needed to happen prior to this happening, it's frustrating to see the flyers and then hear that nothing is funded and nothing is, and approved. It sounds like there was some approval, but approval from them, not from you. So it would be really nice if there was a process, a conversation, so that way these sorts of things don't happen again.
Councilman Rutherford, and then Ms. Borngesser, and then Mayor Primal.
So my problem is that you guys have, the Arts Commission have contacted artists and told them that they were being booked for shows. And artists make their money the most between the summer season. So now you have artists that think they got a show and they don't have one. And most of them are from Pontiac. So I got a problem with that. I got a major problem with that. And that's from the administration side to the art commission side, because now you have folks, some of them who I know, some of them who have contacted me, that think they're getting paid for this concert series and nothing is happening. This is wrong. And it's on both of y'all, because what's going to happen is it's not going to be y'all that's going to hear about it. It's going to be us, because we're going to be blamed for something we had nothing to do with. Call a spade a spade. If you didn't have the money, y'all should have never told these folks that was going to work. They should have never done that.
I did miss over Pro Tem Carrington Pant earlier, so Carrington, Borngesser, Primal.
Well, I guess my colleagues actually summed everything up. But it's definitely important, I have no problem with processes. I think that one of the things that's been lacking in this city is that we haven't had processes. But definitely the administration, if you can, basically reach out to the Arts Council and definitely see if we can get this done and approved for our citizens. Thank you.
Mayor Primal, and then if you want to put him.
Well, I just want to be really clear. These conversations have occurred with the person who the Arts Commission elected as its president. I've had that conversation with her multiple times. Ms. Borngesser has had that conversation, I know for a fact, with her multiple times. And so if she promised artists something, that's on her. That's not on us, because we did not authorize promising artists anything. We did not authorize entering the contracts with artists. And so again, clearly there's a problem here, but the Arts Commission has been informed through its elected president many times what the correct process is.
Ms. Borngesser.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Borngesser's next on the speakers list, then Nicholson and Rutherford for a third time.
That's correct. So my objective was to implement process and procedure to be a responsible financial steward of city resources, primarily so that we can execute good program for city residents, to be clear. Secondly, I have had several conversations with with most of the members of the Arts Commission, including today, which I spoke to Judy Wilson not once, not twice, but 3 times. I fundraised with Karen today in my office for 2 hours and have met with Irma Hayes on many occasions. I enjoy this work, and I'm happy to help fundraise for this initiative. It's my objective to make sure that the funding is available, but it's also my responsibility to make sure that the funds are managed appropriately, because they are city resources for city residents. And communication has been had, and all of the points that you've made have been communicated with Ms. Irma Hayes.
Okay, folks.
Nicholson.
So in HR, what we do when everyone says they've done the right thing is we put everyone in a room and we have one conversation. It sounds like it's time for the administration to come to the next Arts Commission meeting and say, hey guys, and put a memo out. This is what we need to do before we can start planning events again. Because if it's at the whim of approval from this side and interest on the other, it sounds like everybody thinks they did the right thing. And we wouldn't be talking about it if that was completely the case. So I just think that it's really important that we all get together. If not just for the person who is elected the chair, I think clearly the entire commission needs to hear what the rules are.
Councilman Rutherford for a third time.
So the people that y'all book are not gonna blame the Arts Commission. They're gonna blame the city, and the perception is gonna be is don't do business with the city as an artist because you're not gonna get paid. That has always been a perception, because every time an artist of a certain caliber want to do something here, it's always people dropped the ball. And as an artist, I'm offended that we're saying it was their fault because the art commission is under the city. At the end of the day, y'all have to do better because these folks really, like the one I just got text, thought they was performing and y'all played them. And they not gonna want to perform here because of that. Y'all played them. No matter what y'all try to say, y'all played them. And as an artist, I'm offended. That's all I'm gonna say. That's wrong. I would never want to do a show here if y'all gonna do business like that.
Any further discussion on this discussion item? All right. We are now at special presentations. Juneteenth community celebrations. Give the floor to Pastor Douglas P. Jones of the Greater Pontiac Community Coalition. I want to wish him a happy birthday and happy 33rd pastoral anniversary.
Ooh. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, for that. I would like to express my thanks to everyone for just a great birthday celebration. Thank you. Let me take my hat off. I would like to say to the Honorable Mayor Grimal, thank you very much, to Deputy Mayor Stevens, Council President McGinnis, President Pro Tem Carrington, and to this council. And to all of Pontiac, I say good evening to you. I am Pastor Douglas Jones, and I serve as pastor of the Welcome Missionary Baptist Church in our great city of Pontiac, and as president of the Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship, along with First Vice President Bishop Teresa Lee and Second Vice President Pastor William Parker, along with a dedicated ministry team serving our community, our church members, and certainly our city. I am here tonight to express our support of this mayor, his team, and this council, and every department head and leader. You all have done much and are addressing the issues and concerns of our city, which we, the Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship, believe will make our city better, safer, and progressive, while also including our quality of life concerns, recreation for our youth, and security of our parks and senior facilities. Clean water, affordable housing, and new business opportunities for our young progressive adults and residents. Please know that our prayers are continuous on your behalf for your health, strength, wisdom, direction, patience, and congruency. We look forward to great things for our city as a result of your commitment and dedication. And now on another note, I want to invite all of Pontiac to join us in our city's many Juneteenth celebrations, because there are many throughout the city. But even more are planned 3-day, Friday, June 17th from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday, June the 18th from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday, June the 19th from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. These events will occur on the campus grounds of the Welcome Baptist Church with food vendors, kiddie land, with bouncers, rock climbers, and what have you, pop-up vendors, and music as we celebrate Black Music Month during this Juneteenth celebration. In the celebration of Black Music Month, we will have rappers, spoken word, poetry, rhythm and blues, jazz, blues by itself, and gospel. Some names that I would like to share with you that we're really proud to have is the Quincy Sextet, I think. We'd also have Legacy Band, Randy Scott, a well-known and renowned saxophonist. We will have the Best You Never Had, featuring Corey Rogers and his group. We will have Rue, a young rapper, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And in the gospel arena, certainly we will have Ms. Robin C. So please join us on June 19th for this total event. And on June 19th, beginning at 1 p.m., we will have a parade led by State Representative Brenda Carter in honor of Civil Rights Attorney Albert Hatchett. And that parade will begin at the Wesson and Woodward Street corridor, travel down to Bagley Street, to Oakland, to Orchard Lake Road, and pause for a moment in the front of the Albert Hatchett Law Firm to give that honor and recognition, and continue then on Orchard Lake Road to Seminole Street, and from Seminole Street to Johnson, and to the event area of the Welcome Baptist Church campus. We will also be celebrating fathers because it is Father's Day, and we will also recognize the contributions of all fathers in our city. What an event is planned, and certainly we welcome everyone to take part in that event. Now, Mr. President and Mr. Mayor, along the corridor of Orchard Lake to the site, now I don't know if you guys can see this, there will be, for the parade on Sunday, directional signs so that people will know exactly, how to get there and the route that we're taking. Incidentally, the parade route will have walkers, it will have drivers. We're excited about the number of young people that's going to be involved, in the parade. And at the culmination of the parade, we will recognize Quest Athletics, who won an international divisional award in the Bahamas. And we will also recognize the young young citizens of Pontiac who participated with our sister city in Japan. So they also will be recognized at the conclusion of this parade, which I think is just going to be an excellent thing. But we're most happy to be able to honor Albert Hatchett, a civil rights attorney who fought against the busing and fought for the rights of Pontiac citizens. Also along the corridor, there will be these signs here that talks about everything that's going on. And let me mention that many of the businesses, the vendors, the food vendors, and there is space, there are many of them from the city of Pontiac, from Southfield, and from Detroit. We also will have a special Juneteenth T-shirt that you will want as a collector's item and that you'll want to wear. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Mr. President of Council, and City Council, I'm excited about one more time bringing this type of an event to the great city of Pontiac. And I will admit, and I want to announce, that it is at no cost to the city of Pontiac for this 3-day exciting, historic, and revolutionary event. I stand ready for any questions.
Questions and feedback from council? Councilwoman Rutherford.
Thank you, Pastor Jones, first of all, for honoring Black Music Month and for paying the artists to perform and putting your money where your mouth is. I appreciate that. I also want to thank Quincy Jones. Excuse me, I called you Quincy Jones. It is a compliment.
He's my brother.
He is your brother.
Quincy Jones, Doug Jones.
That's okay. Okay. I want to thank. I want to thank Quincy Stewart for making sure that it was artists directly from Pontiac, because these are artists that are world renowned but are never locally appreciated. So I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate every artist I know that's performing that's getting paid. Wanted to know, where do we buy the shirts at, and can we purchase them from you, or is there a point of contact so that we can buy the shirts?
The shirts will be available on the event site, and they will be available on Friday, the opening of it, and you can get them there, and there will be persons there that will vend those for you.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion or questions? I want to point out for the community and council's benefit that we have flyers for this and other related Juneteenth events towards the end of the agenda packets under council communications. We'll reiterate those announcements toward the conclusion of this meeting. Mayor Grimlow, you have the floor.
Well, I'm excited about this event. I think it's yet another example of some of the signature events that we're organizing in the city, and of course, we have a number of them coming up this weekend. So I just want to thank you and the other organizations that have been involved in organizing the event, because I think it's just a great value add to the community, and we're really excited about it.
If I can answer that, I would like to thank, and you'll find on these signs a number of the community organizations: Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship, Oakland Forward, Pontiac United, Honors, Oakland County Health Network, Trinity Health. All of those groups have given of their time, their energies, and there will be persons, their honors will have a facility there for you to, if you need something, work on your teeth, they're going to be right there. That would be, yeah, you never know. Make your smile pretty. There will be a number of different opportunities for the citizens of Pontiac, our neighbors and our visitors, to not only celebrate Juneteenth with us, but also to recognize who we are and what we do, and that we're a proud city. And I should mention, handling our pop-up markets is none other than a young lady, a dynamic young lady. We had her do a pop-up market for us last year, Mackenzie Ford, who is just a pop-up queen for those markets. Thank you.
Other further discussion? Thank you very much, Pastor Jones, for the special presentations. We move now to the next special presentation. Presenter Carrie Miller, Math Corps at Oakland University, Opportunity for Pontiac Students. You have the floor.
Just want to make sure this works before I get started. Probably would help if I turn it on.
Deputy Mayor Stevens,
There
would
we
you
go.
be so kind as to hit the lights that are hitting right the screen?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First, I want to say thank you for welcoming me back to share more information about this program. I also want to thank Professor Chris Nazelli, who graciously volunteered to come and talk with you all today. He is a professor at Wayne State University of Mathematics, and he's also helping Oakland University with their first in-person Math Corps program. To recap from last week when I spoke during public comment for anybody who is not here, my name is Carrie Miller. I work as a financial analyst and business manager for the College of Arts and Sciences in the Dean's Office at Oakland University. I'm here to share with the public as well as this honorable body a wonderful opportunity for Pontiac students. To get this, the most important information right out of the way, Math Corps is for incoming 7th and 8th graders from the city of Pontiac that could use some extra help with their math skills. The program runs from July 11th to August 5th, my apologies. The 4-week program takes place on OU's campus Monday through Thursday from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We provide the transportation to and from OU for these kids, as well as all the supplies that they will need, and we'll also be feeding them breakfast and lunch each day of the program. To learn a little bit about the Math Corps program. Math Corps started in 1992 at Wayne State University. It's a nationally recognized mathematics and mentoring program for middle school students. We educate students through group learning, exploration, and discovery in a culture of high standards and expectations. Middle and high schoolers come together with the college students to learn mathematics from each other and to interact with professional mathematicians in a university setting. Through strong mentoring relationships, the core of students passes their knowledge and the values of kindness, integrity, and courage onto the younger students, who in turn do the same. At its core, Math Corps is about loving kids, always putting kids first and wanting all good things for them now and in the future. And also believing in kids, holding to the unwavering belief that all children have a unique and special greatness within them. Through hard work and the support of a caring family or community, that greatness can be realized. Today, this program is nationally recognized. What started as a humanitarian effort 30 years ago to just help some kids that were in need now serves over 400 middle school and high school students per year in Detroit, and over 1,000 students in replicated sites in Cleveland, Philadelphia, Utica, Ann Arbor, Atlanta, and now Pontiac. Like Pontiac, Detroit is very diverse, as we know. And so I wanted to make sure to point out the diversity statement on their website, which I will read to you now. At Math Corps, supporting diversity and inclusion is at the core of our mission. Our commitment is woven into our philosophy, practices, and principles. Our teachings are led by the simple but incredibly powerful message that every child, and by extension every one of us, is unique, beautiful, and irreplaceable. We embrace the full spectrum of humanity regardless of what we look like, where we come from, who we worship, how old we are, or who we love. That means each one of us must play a role to advance this mission. For some of us, it means summoning the courage to stand up and speak out, sharing their opinions and experiences. For others, it means listening with patience and empathy, creating an environment conducive to dialogue. For all of us, it means asking questions, respecting answers, and being open to fresh perspectives. Most importantly, it means appreciating one another's contributions not only to the Math Corps family and to the better and more just world we are working to build. For those who cannot read what's on the screen right now, this is a testimonial from a middle school parent whose son attended the program at Wayne State University. I really appreciate the impact Math Corps has had on my son socially, academically, and internally. He has struggled in math for the past 2 years. When he returned to school, he took a placement test and scored so high he was placed in the proficient classroom. We're both super excited. His class placement isn't the biggest blessing that can be attributed to Math Corps. He now has more confidence in his work and himself. During summer camp, he was so enthused about going that he started setting his alarm clock so he wouldn't be late. This habit has carried over into the school year. The growth and maturity that took place over the summer has really taken a load off me. Thank you, Wayne State University Math Corps Summer Camp, for the positive impact you had on my son. Now to talk about Math Corps at OU. OU started Math Corps right during COVID. As with many people, their program, we had to basically fly by the seat of our pants to create something online when we had no intention of doing so. And yet, we had really great results from that first program. So the students were administered a pre-test and a post-test upon starting and completing the program. The average score was 28% on entry. The average score on exit was 79%. That is a 51 percentage point increase on average. Individual student growth, though, ranged from 11% improvement to 93% improvement. And every student's capacity grew. 28 to 79% is already impressive, but the fact that this happened during COVID, completely online, and our first year of doing so, only speaks to how the potential of the improvements that we can make now that we're doing this in person for this year. So what does Math Corps look like? We have 4 teams. Each team is made up of 1 college instructor, 5 high school TAs, and 10 middle schoolers. Each team is divided up based off of grade level. And this is what the days look like. At 8:30, there's breakfast, games, and homework help. 9:30, there's roll call and assembly. 10 to 11:30, there's team time. So the teams that I just discussed, that's when they get together and start working. 11:35, we have lunch. 12:50, there's a discovery class, and then there's afternoon activities until the dismissal of the 7th and 8th graders when they will be bused back to Pontiac. This is the contact information I would like you to have. Math Corps OU at oakland.edu is a great email if you are looking to get more information. If you have questions about the application process or any part of the process, please email that. Email there. Julia Thompson is our program coordinator. That's her email. Anna Spagnolo is the chair of our math department, and she's the person who basically brought this to OU and has been running the program for the last 3 years. And then me. If you have people in your neighborhoods that you think would benefit from this program, you can give them any of these contact information. I'll give you my card before I leave today, so that if you want to get them in contact with me, I can make sure that they reach out to the right person. And then this is the website to apply for the program, mathcorps.org/Pontiac. That's mathcorps.org/Pontiac. I want to thank you again for allowing me to come here, and I will entertain any questions, and then if there's questions I can't answer, Professor Nazelli will help me out.
Councilman Rutherford?
So you can hear me. First of all, thank you. I'm so excited that you're bringing the educational piece for the summer for the students in Pontiac, because education is freedom. Quick question. What is the turnaround rate for the actual application process? And also, is there a certain GPA criteria for the students to get in?
So I will say that the turnaround time is normally a couple of days. We've been having applications come in, and then I believe within a day or two, we're giving answers, but I'm not 100% sure that's something that Ms. Thompson is taking care of. I can definitely get back to you on that one. And then as far as the GPA, do you know anything about that?
Hi, thank you. There's no GPA requirement at all. We take all comers.
Say it one more time.
People that have been getting A's their whole life, or people that have been struggling, we take them all the same. And in fact, that enriches the camp. So everybody is encouraged to apply.
Thank you. Lastly, how many spots are actually available this year for this camp?
So we are looking for 40 students, 20 7th graders and 20 8th graders. I'm not sure exactly how many people have registered right now. The applications are obviously coming in, and I'm not involved in reviewing the applications.
But there are
'cause
still openings.
Yeah, they are absolutely still open. And then I also have printouts of the application materials here in case anybody wants to have a closer look at them. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Superb. Councilman, oh, go for it, Professor, and then Councilman Parker and Carrington.
Thank you, excuse me. I just wanted to add, in terms of the numbers, we're really in need of rising 7th graders. So if you have friends or family members with kids that are going into the 7th grade next year, that's the group that we in particular need more people for.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. I just have a question, and thank you for this marvelous program. I think it would be an excellent idea for our children during the summer months to be involved in some type of activity to keep their mind active. But I thought, you did say it was an on-site program, and there's not going to be a virtual component to this, is there?
No.
Okay.
It was completely virtual the first 2 years. The program is built to be in person, and so this is the first year we're doing it totally in person.
Okay, my next question is has there been anybody inquiring about transportation to and from?
Oh, we've already arranged that.
Okay. Can you give, probably after some point, can you give us information as to where transportation is and how do we get it?
We are still confirming the pickup location, but right now we're expecting the pickup location to be Pontiac High School.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Parker covered Pro Tem Carrington's question. Any other discussion or questions?
It's awesome.
Thank you, Councilman Goodman, for bringing this special presentation to us. Thank you, Ms. Miller and Professor, for spending your time with us this evening and bringing these opportunities directly to the doorsteps of Pontiac families. So,
Thank you.
it's on the screen. Spell it again for the people at home. The website app to apply is
mathcorps.org/Pontiac, mathcorps.org/Pontiac. And if anybody is looking for this information, please contact your council person. They will put you in contact with me so that I can share any of the information you may be looking for.
fantastic. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We move now to our third and final special presentation, Pontiac Youth Recreation Strategy. We give the floor to Mayor Tim Greimel and members of the administration that are the manager and assistant manager for youth recreation. Mayor Greimel, you have the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I want to invite our Youth Recreation Manager, Tanisha Taylor, and Assistant Youth Recreation Manager, Robert Birch, to the podium. They're going to talk in detail about our summer youth recreation programming, and then we're going to have our Deputy Mayor, Kalfani Stevens, talk through the sites for possible permanent sites for our Youth Recreation Center that the city has been looking at and assessing, and potential price tags associated with those sites, as well as the pluses and minuses of each of those sites. So without further ado, Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Greimel, Deputy Mayor Stevens, council members, our community members, and members that are watching virtually. We are super excited to present to you today. My name is Tanisha Taylor. I am the Recreation Manager, and this is
Robert Birch, Youth Rec Assistant Manager. Happy to be with you tonight. Thank you.
and we wanted to just share with you all tonight our summer
sorry.
programs that will be
There's a
taking
point of
place.
personal privilege.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Can you possibly move the microphone a little bit closer to you? Like if you can, someone move the microphone stand just a little bit closer. 'Cause I know, if I can't get any volume increase off of it, I can still hear you.
Is this
people at
better?
home. Yes, that's so
Okay,
much
great.
better. Thank you.
Okay. So our first slide here, we're going to show you the programs, our goal. So our goal is providing fun, creative activities that improve the quality of life for youth residents of the city of Pontiac. Additionally, we would like to reestablish citywide leagues and tournaments to act as a feeder program for our schools. What sports will we offer? We'll be offering biddy ball and basketball skills, drills, and games, golf lessons, t-ball, flag football, volleyball skills and drills, track and field, dance, tumbling, tennis, and family fitness. We'll also be offering enrichment. The enrichment that we'll be offering is reading in the park, theater camp, a Flagstar Strand theater, STEM with Kids First, and life skills. Some of our locations, not all, but some you'll see there, will be utilizing our parks: Murphy Park, Bodette Park, Rotary Park, United Wholesale Mortgage, Pontiac Academy of Excellence, Harrington Elementary, Welcome Missionary Baptist Church, Elcott Elementary, and a couple more as well. As we've been diligently working on our summer programming, we've also been putting together our fall programs. Our fall programs are as follows. Our sport programs will be beginning gymnastics and tumbling, girls basketball, family fitness, flag football, skateboarding, and karate. Our enrichment programs will be entertainment, movie making, career readiness, fashion, coding, chess, esports, and art. Thank you. Those are the programs that we'll be offering. Going back for the summer programs, we wanted to add and let you all know that for our programs, we've tried to utilize our local businesses and local vendors. We tried to keep everything centralized in Pontiac. For our biddy basketball, we'll be utilizing Troy Craft of Crafty Athletics, as well as for T-ball. Youth volleyball, we'll be utilizing E-Community Outreach Services. Youth golf, we'll be utilizing Charles Renfro. Flag football, the instructor will be Harold Scandrick. Youth track and field will be facilitated by Track Hawks.
The youth recreation manager has the floor.
Oakland County Track Hawks. Our youth basketball skills, drills, and games, that will be utilized by Mr. Cantrell with Dreams, Things, Skills, and Things. Our beginner tennis will be facilitated by Inform Yourself Incorporated. The dance programs will be facilitated by Cat Stand Studios and DFDA Dance Academy. Our tumbling will be facilitated by Angel Wings Tumbling. And our family fun and fitness will be facilitated by Work 365, Fight Club Fitness, Anytime Fitness, and Change That Mindset Fitness. And so those are all local vendors from the city of Pontiac and businesses.
Thank you for the presentation, Mayor and staff. Now, questions and discussion. Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Gaines. First, thank you guys for such a quick turnaround. You know, that was very quick. We just got a question, and I already know the answer to this, but I really want the community to hear this. So all these programs and activity, is it a cost to any of this for our citizens?
It's completely free.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford?
Okay, so all of the vendors have, y'all have done background checks on them?
They are going through our HR department, yes.
2, do they all have insurance?
Yes.
Okay. 3, are we paying for any of the facilities that we're using? Because originally you guys said that we were using just the parks, but I hear tell y'all got churches up there, so I just want to know, are we paying for the churches to be used? Is there any funding or any money going to any churches for us to use their facilities?
Well, I will get back with you on that information.
last question. I gave them 15. They have to the 21st to answer those questions. But my question is, my last one is going to be, could you pull back up with one of the locations you had up there? I believe it's Pontiac Arts and Academy, correct?
Yes.
So I want to. So could you, if somebody could write this down so that I don't have to put it in. I want to know if we paying for any of the facilities. I also want to know and make sure that we have the bathroom set up. They know the other questions because I've given to the executive staff, and that's not on you. And I also want to know, are we utilizing Pontiac United and their feeder to be a feeder program for our enrichment programs? Because we have 75 plus students that go to the dance program over there, and why were they not one of the people that we could have listed as a vendor to participate in the summer program?
We have contacted Pontiac United.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, can we get a copy of the insurance for all the vendors sent to the council staff? Because I just want to protect the entity of the city and the entity of these children. So I just want to know if there's going to be a packet put together saying these people have insurance, we verified it. That way we can cross our T's and dot our I's.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kathleen James, you have the floor.
Yes, so it looks like it's a good program. Can I ask you though, the vendors that you have chosen, do they have the responsibility for recruitment? How are you doing? How are we handling recruitment of students for our summer program?
So for marketing purposes, what we have done, we've taken flyers all through all the schools in the city of Pontiac, as well as we've been dropping them off at churches, and it's on the website. It's also on the Facebook page that we have, and people are registering through Pontiac Rec Desk. And actually, we just went live yesterday, and we already had 97 people create profiles, and we have 87 registrations as of this afternoon.
Okay, so the contractors are really providing the service itself, but they are not doing any kind of recruitment. The city is doing the full recruitment.
Yeah, so the city is doing the majority of the heavy lifting in regards to the recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the program providers are providing some marketing, whereas basically probably word of mouth, letting their, youth that they already have been in contact with, letting them know about the programs. But the majority of the marketing is coming from the city side.
Okay, so help me understand, is the youth recreation program 100% contractual? What part of it is non-contractual? What part of it is being done by actual city employees?
So there's a mixture of hourly staff. Most of the hourly staff currently for the summer is for the Murphy Park program. And then we are actively recruiting hourly staff to act as site coordinators so that the program for providers can have a city employee on site, on staff, helping facilitate the setup and the breakdown of the facilities, and also assisting the program provider with coordinating attendance, managing students, and things like that.
Okay, other than yourselves, are there any other part-time employees that are going to be utilized through the summer?
No, just the folks that I just spoke of.
So
yep.
how many are we talking about?
8 to 9, and these are mainly temporary part-time positions.
And they are all going to be at Murphy Park. Who's going to be handling the program at Harrington and at Bodette Park? I think you mentioned Bodette Park as being one of the sites.
Yep.
Who's going to be?
Myself and Tanisha, and new staff that we're going to bring on as well. So we have actively jobs been posted. We're reviewing applicants right now, and we'll start the process of hiring very soon.
Okay, so in total, how many city employees, part-time, do you expect to utilize through the summer program?
If I give you a round number, 8 or 9 total, part-time temporary staff.
Okay.
Councilman Goodman, then Parker. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I certainly thank you for the outstanding level of preparedness that you put this program together. But in regards to that, did anyone contact the power company? Because I know they do a lot of things with our kids in the neighborhood. So did anyone contact them to partner with them in regards to some of the activities?
We did not contact Power Company for the summer sports.
And of course, my question, looking at some of the hours that you're working, will you guys be providing transportation for those parents who may be at work and can't get their kids there?
Yes, we are working on that.
Okay. And when will the work be done and we can start advertising where that will be?
We're working on that diligently this week, so we're hoping to have that information out by the end of the week to put on the website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Goodman? Oh, I'm sorry.
One quick question.
Follow-up.
Can you provide the website so we'll know what everybody can go and look and do what they do? Again?
It is www.pontiac.mi.us. And then if they, hit the youth programs, it'll come up like community.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, first, nice to meet both of you at the same time in one spot. So I do have a small question. I wanted to just further inquire about the city's process in trying to reach out to specifically Pontiac United in terms of doing programming in the city. I do know that over the past year, especially the past few months, they've been doing a lot of community work, especially for some of my old students, in terms of providing dance and martial arts programming. And not to say that the city must partner with every organization that is within the city, but I did hear you mention that there was some conversation that had happened, and I just wanted to, I guess, in some way further inquire about that, and in ways of making sure that the city can, if it's a good for both sides, creating a real symbiotic partnership between their organization or others who do similar work and the city itself.
Yes. So Pontiac United was the first organization we reached out to, being that we were on a time constraint, we wanted to expedite programming. We reached out to local programs that were already established dealing with youth organizations, and for timing and scheduling, they weren't able to do that.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford, then Councilman Parker.
Questions are for the executive side. How much are we paying to use the buildings that we're using for the summer?
I'll have to check through the budget. Not sure off the top of my head.
What's the timeline? I'm gonna get that answer.
I can have that by the end of the week.
Okay. 2, there are several churches in the community that have summer enrichment programs, because I see y'all had some things, but it wasn't no math. And I'm wondering what churches other than Welcome, no disrespect, Pastor Jones, but what other church other than Welcome was reached out to actually try to partnership for their enrichment program? Like Pastor Garrett, for example, who has a summer program that they do every year, who has enrichment, where they reached out to. I can name a couple more. Pastor Murphy, where they reached out to.
So I don't know the specifics of that. I do know that for that particular location, it was chosen specifically because of the materials that it had for tumbling.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not know what other locations were reached out to.
I look forward to getting that information. Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
One last question. And again, I thank you for, again, the effort that you put into this. But one more question. As you talked about, as Councilman James asked about the number of employees, is there also a process by which if some of the people wanted to volunteer, that they can volunteer? And is there a time limit that they can get their proper vetting to be able to volunteer to work with some of the?
Yes. So this is 2-part. If you're interested in being an employee, you can come to our HR department or go online and fill out an application to do that. And the process will be all of our employees or volunteers will all have to have background checks. And that will be done through our HR department.
Is there a certain number of volunteers you're looking for at each site? You know?
As many as we can get. It's not a specific number to answer that, no.
Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
My next question is for the administration. Given the fact that we have a youth millage in the city of Pontiac, do you feel the youth recreation program that's been presented tonight is representative of the fact that we have a youth millage?
Great
Do
question.
you feel this program is representative of what the residents are paying for?
Great question, Councilwoman. And so I will say that we have had a dedicated staff to do this for just around a month now. And so for what was able to be put together in a month, I think that this is definitely very appropriate. I will also say that we have the $3 million plus that are set aside for a permanent facility. We have been working diligently over these past 6 months to try and find a new permanent location. So along with the idea that, yes, we do have some money set aside for a location, knowing that that money is not enough money for a location in totality, that what has been presented tonight, along with the idea of what is to come for the fall and reserving money to actually be able to long-term pay for a new facility, that this is the appropriate programming.
Two questions that I have following up on that same thread. So in terms of the state's legal requirements for the levying of youth recreation millages that require my understanding, the physical youth recreation space, that these multiple sites utilizing some private or nonprofit entities, engaging with municipal-owned parks and other facilities, that satisfies the legal requirements with the state of Michigan for youth recreation millages as they structure what we can do with the millage, correct?
I believe so. I will double check, but I believe so.
All right. And then my second question is the mailing out to households in previous city governments that has been done, but it's obviously advantageous to do it ahead of the programs themselves. Are these programs, the timing of it, allowing for some sort of communication to households of youth recreation opportunities, or is it sort of you got to start June 20th-ish, or you got to be signed up for it, or else, game over? Or are there sort of more rolling opportunities where it's advantageous for the administration to pursue communicating by mail to households?
There are rolling opportunities. It's an 8-week program, so we're not saying if you're not signed up by the first week, you can't, come. So they're rolling opportunities.
But I absolutely acknowledge what has been offered up in terms of the limited time window that the staff leadership has had to be able to construct these programs. And so it'd be fair the takeaway is fair to say that this is round one of more robust offerings that will be built out by city staff leadership. Mayor Greimel?
Yeah, so we are intending to do a mailing in the very near future over the next week, and we certainly are going to have open enrollment beyond June 20th. But a lot of outreach has been done through schools, through other avenues already, which is why we've got, I think, respectable numbers. But we want to make sure through mass mailing as well that the full community is informed about it. And so we are putting together a mailing, and that's already been discussed internally. So that will be occurring in very short order. And, I know in the past, in one instance, at least I think last year, the mailing came out after the conclusion of the summer programming. That's not going to happen this year. We're going to be, households will be receiving this mailing very early on in the programming. And so, yes, I recognize that They're not going to receive that before the very first day of programming, but they will be receiving it in very short order towards the beginning of the programming. We did actually intentionally want to hold off briefly in sending that out so that we could receive some city council input at the public meeting this evening before pulling the trigger on that, in case there was any grave objection or concern regarding any of the specific programming that's being offered before we expend dollars in an actual hard paper mail information campaign. But that's going to be going out in very short order. The other thing I want to reflect on is, I think in terms of a 2-month program over the course of the summer, the amount of programming is quite respectable and in line with the millage. What I think is lacking here is a permanent home. And as I said, Deputy Mayor Stevens can speak and will speak to the sites that we've looked at and next steps and a time frame. But obviously, the expectation is the community is to have a permanent home, and so that is a missing component here, as well as the plan yet for the school year programming. And so, in very short order, we'll be back before council with both of those pieces.
My feedback to that prompt is that only market and advertise what really is happening and where it is actually happening, because we don't want to undermine residents' expectations or faith in that we're going to do what we say, but also just so that way they're more effective. So make strategic decisions. That's my sentiment, that in terms of the timing of the mailing and the content of the mailing, that it is very sure footing on something that's real and actually being offered, because that past situations like that, it's no good. Councilwoman James, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yeah, I also think, I know we do not have currently a recreation facility, but I'm wondering if we attempted to partner possibly with the schools to, at least during the summer months, offer some open recreation time, possibly in some of the school auditoriums at Pontiac High, at Kennedy School, at various schools, where we could just offer open recreation, not necessarily a program, but adult supervision in a space that kids could go during the summer and be safe within a specified period of time. So did we think of to do something like that? You know, in lieu of the fact that we don't have a building, you know, we do not have a youth recreation center, but yes, we do have the schools, and the schools could have been used to maybe create some open play time for kids in various parts of the community. Was that considered at all?
Anyone wish to take that?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Taylor.
So that's the concept of what we're doing. However, all of the schools could not be utilized at this time because they're under renovations.
I will expound on the concept that maybe not even this year, but for future years, but even if there's a viability this summer, that sort of open, recreation opportunity also can serve as a cooling center. So when we have really extremely high heat, and unfortunately this week will be forecast to hit one of those points, that it's important for senior citizens that we offer air-conditioned facilities, but this, brings to mind that for those 21 and under, it's an opportunity for them to literally escape what becomes brutal heat. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
So we do have a cooling center arrangement that I'll be announcing under under mayoral comment at the end of the meeting. So we do have some news to share about a cooling center, but you're absolutely right that these spaces can have a couple of purposes, including that of a cooling center. I think what Councilwoman James was asking is, in addition to the structured programs, do we also allow for just kids to drop in and have unstructured recreational opportunities? So I wanted to try to amplify her question, which is, do we have an opportunity not just for young people to sign up for specific structured programming, whether it's sports or other opportunities, but do any of the locations allow for kids to drop in and just sort of have unstructured recreation? Is that accurate, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know if you can speak to that.
We do not have open recreation. We have our programs as structured for liability purposes, for us as well. Right now, we don't have open recreation. Just drop in, no.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
So this is a question for the administration. The 15 questions that I gave to you when we met yesterday, well, the 8 y'all have and the 7 I gave to Claudia. Can I get it in writing so that I can actually have those for my meeting on the 24th? Especially what I'm looking for now is the how we paid the previous administration paid $26,000 a month for the PIREC. I want to see how it equates to what we're paying or not paying for the buildings, along with me asking you about the ADA compliance and security and everything else that I asked. So if you could just do that in detail, very detailed, so I can be able to answer these questions that I have. But people who got children that may have learning disorders or physical handicaps, I just want to keep them safe. So if you put that all together for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I know we answered a couple of those questions verbally, but we're happy to put all those answers in writing. I'm not familiar with the additional 7 questions that you referenced, but I am regarding the 8.
Oh, so Tamara, excuse me, I said the wrong person. Tamara, your executive assistant, I gave her the first 7. She should have given it to you by now. I just want to get them all answered so I can have all of the results. Thank you so much.
Other discussion? Hearing no further discussion or questions on this special presentation, Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Did you want to hear about the potential long-range plans?
Yeah.
I heard yeses, so
Yes.
the answer is yes.
So, as was brought up there, the city was leasing a facility that was on the far south side of the city. We ended that arrangement, and we have been looking for a new permanent location. The main criteria for that new permanent location was to find something that was easily accessible to all quadrants of the city. So therefore, we were looking for something that would be centrally located. We define centrally located obviously as in downtown, but we also use the MLK loop, which includes Cass as the, so you have like the downtown as this central ring, and then the larger ring would be the MLK loop. And so we have been looking at a number of locations. Just today, we enlisted the assistance of several local builders, engineers, to go through those locations so they could give us their assessment of how much it would cost to actually bring those buildings up to a level that would be appropriate for our children. And so we have looked at the former McCarroll School, we have looked at the former YMCA building, and we have also looked at Wisner Stadium. Each of those has their own benefits and drawbacks. Once we get the information back from our team of experts that have walked through those buildings, we will be able to say, okay, what is the cost of upgrading any of those buildings versus what is the cost to build a brand new construction. And we already have some preliminary ideas of what it would cost to do the Ewald Center, which was not on the primary goal or primary target because it is not inside of that central loop area that we were targeting. So I will say that in the next 3 weeks, we will have a better idea of what it is actually going to cost to upgrade any one of those properties that we looked at versus what it will cost to build a new facility that has all of the amenities that we are trying to offer to our students. I will also say that there was another property outside of that central loop that we did look at because of the amenities that it had, and that is actually New Birth International Church because it was also a former YMCA building and does have a pool in it. I'm sorry, Boys and Girls Club, and it does have a pool in it.
Mayor Grimel?
Yeah, I'll just add, there's another location that we also, there are several other locations actually that we looked at, but there's another location that bears mentioning that we looked at, which is the old First Baptist Church, and then it became the Salvation Army in downtown Pontiac. It's now the Erebus Escape Room building, and its central location and the fact that it has a gym in it and a multi-purpose room merit mentioning that as well. There are other facilities that we looked at, including the former Central High School on Huron, West Huron, that, in theory, had this been, 10 years ago when high schools were consolidated, and maybe I may have the exact year wrong about when the high schools were consolidated, but had this been shortly after that school was closed, it probably would have been ideal in a lot of ways. But it's been altered by the current owner substantially, such that the pool and the gymnasium and the auditorium are all gone. And so it's not really amenable to youth recreation and youth enrichment programming any more than any random building is. The Ewalt Center is in really, really bad shape. And it's in such bad shape that it requires literally wearing a hazmat suit to go into it, because it's covered in mold and has enormous other problems with it. So using the Ewalt Center is tantamount really to new construction. And new construction is an option that we've considered as well. We'll certainly have a very detailed analysis of all of these options in writing for council and for a very detailed presentation in the very near term. We wanted to get some cost estimates for some of the facilities that are near the top of the list, and we'll have those and do a more detailed presentation to council. Obviously, any acquisition of land or building will require council approval, and so we'll want to be coming back in the near term to council with a specific proposal and with an analysis as to why that specific location is recommended.
Any further discussion? Thank you for the information. Hearing no further discussion, this special presentation has concluded. Thank you again to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Birch. We move now to recognition of elected officials. We had the president of the Pontiac School Board here with us, Gil Garrett, not in the room at the moment. Are there other elected officials? Oh, we have a Charter Revision Commissioner, Brian Killian, with us. Other elected officials with us? Oh, we have Library Board Trustee H. Bill Maxey. You're wishing to be recognized, sir? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Bill Maxey, Library Board Trustee. 3 notices here, points of information. The Pontiac Public Library welcomes you to our summer reading carnival. This will take place June the 18th for our children, bouncers, and library cards. We have food, drinks, cotton, candy, snow cones, and more. So please remember this date. It's coming upon us very fast, June 18th. For our Meet Up and Eat Up summer lunch program, high school students or younger will be allowed, but will pick up their lunches at the Pontiac Public Library. Dates to be announced. For more information, look at our website, our upcoming flyers of information I will have, or you may call the Pontiac Library. Now for our youth for the summer, there is a program, Metro Youth. This program begins July the 13th. But to get ahead of the game, we'd like to take as many youth as possible to Metro Detroit Day. Youngsters under 8, from 8 to 21, will be allowed to go. Of course, the 121 will be chaperones, but they must have registration and they must have ID. So this is just 2 or 3 of the activities, or 3 of the activities that the Pontiac Library will come forth with, giving you all the information that you may need, And again, that to be announced is the meet, greet, and eat. By the way, this is also has been printed in Spanish, so our neighbors, our friends in the Latino community can also understand that we have activities. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Any other elected officials wishing to be recognized? Thank you for your service to the community. We are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. First, Ms. Karen, is it Kobe? She left, okay. Mr. Quincy Stewart.
No, Stewart. You're Jones. You're Jones. I just wanted to reiterate what I call him Soul Brother Pastor Jones was talking about, and that is we really need people to come out to this, and I'll tell you why. I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but this is a demonstration project, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to leave this person's name out of my mouth, but I think we all know who I'm talking about, who pimped us for years. Pimped artists, pimped this community for parking, pimped this community. He was a pimp. And what we would like to do is we know we can do this ourselves. We can do arts festivals ourselves. We can do festivals ourselves, and it homegrown. And I believe, and I applaud Brother Jones, because there are a lot of preachers in the town, and but it's one thing to stand at a podium and talk about stuff. It's another thing to get your hands dirty. And so I implore everybody to come out to this thing for the next 3 days. Friday night's going to be, I tried my best to get as many young people there who are not heard, the spoken word community, the rap community. And, we're telling people to pull their pants up and turn their head around. But what are we doing for them? So Friday night is going to be all of that. Saturday night is blues and R&B, and then Sunday is jazz. And I'll be playing. There's going to be a big band playing for the first time since the Afram Jazz Ensemble from Oak University. That was the last time a big band has ever been in Pontiac playing for the people. This is a big band playing Duke Ellington, Count Basie, all of the repertoire, the standard repertoire that we have forgotten and given away to other cultures. So that's important to be there for that. On Sunday nights will be myself, the big band, Tony Jefferson, just a lot of good homegrown talent. So please come out and support this. It's going to be in the parking lot there. The stage is going to be in the parking lot at Welcome. Nice big campus there that we can do things. There's stuff going on in the church. He forgot to mention the quilting. It's so much that he just forgot. It's just so much going on all 3 days. It's just packed. Not to mention the health initiatives that are going to be there. Because we're also talking about black health. It says high blood pressure, all the things that's going to be addressed there. So I wouldn't support this if I didn't believe in it. So please come out and support this all 3 days. Come hear some really good music and support this. And maybe, just maybe, if we can do this the right way, we can move this thing somewhere else and make it into a festival that belongs to us. That's the key. Self-determination is not just me saying it here at the podium. It's putting your foot to the ground and doing what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to agenda address the budget and a kaboom, but since you brought up SMART, and I'm glad you did, just incredible that we only have 7 days' notice to close that bus stop that is so used by so many people to get to work and other things. So, and I know you asked President McGinnis about what was the reason for them moving it, and the only thing I can point out to you is something that happened, I don't know, some months ago. I think some of us were part of that very boisterous email that went on about the kind of people who were at the bus stop and how well it was upkept. But I did get SMART to admit the fact that they're responsible for upkeeping these bus stations. In fact, our former city attorney, Anthony Chubb, was actually the attorney for SMART, who granted the easements for the different communities where SMART was, and they're responsible for making sure that those bus stops are kept up so people are safe and clean for people to use. So if that was the reason, that's on SMART to take care of that. So I just wanted to point out the information I knew about that. But I see that you are now in the budget process with the emergency ordinance for the fee schedule. And I just wanted to bring out to you, as you are approaching the budget, that the finance director, who is here, did disclose to me that the audit for 2021 had been done per law. If it hasn't been shared with you, then I hope he will, because we got another GFOA award. Was there some comment? GFOA award for the third year in a row, which said that Pontiac got the highest standing in terms of budgeting and counting in the state. This is the first time the city has ever gotten it twice in a row, and now we've gotten it 3 years in a row, thanks to the staff and the way they've carried out the finance. And of course, fiscal solvency was one of the legacy projects that I'm happy to have brought to the city. Also, it shows, the audit shows that as of December 31st, 2021, the city had a $21 million surplus in the budget, $21 million surplus. So I may be rounding off the numbers a little bit, but that's what I got from our finance director. So that's good news for the city as you're approaching the budget.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda address. President McGinnis.
All right, now at agenda items, can I please have a motion to suspend the rules to reorder these business items and introduce another? It would change the order so that next we would hear the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement.
Moved by Carrington.
Then we would do the resolution to approve Kaboom Play Everywhere Challenge Grant funded culvert development. Then we would do the resolution to approve the revised federal poverty guidelines for 2022 and the City of Pontiac Board of Review instructions for applicants requesting hardship exemption. And then we would do the adoption of emergency ordinance, City of Pontiac, for the General Appropriations Act. So that was moved by
Carrington. And I supported him.
Seconded by Rutherford. Any discussion on that motion to suspend the rules?
Are we adding an additional item in there?
We are adding. So we're taking the 3 and making it 4. It's what was.
Okay, just making sure that it, okay.
And that's why I went lengthy and read the whole title, just because it's an addition. So it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to reorder the agenda items and introduce an additional agenda item. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing no further.
Please remind me of the order.
Yes. So high-intensity drug trafficking area, Kaboom Play Everywhere, revised federal poverty guidelines, and then the General Appropriations Act ordinance and fee schedule, aka the budget.
Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, roll call on that motion to suspend the rules and reorder the agenda. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement?
I make the motion.
Support. It's been moved by Rutherford and seconded ever so faster by Carrington. So that motion is now before us. Want to give the floor to the administration and Sergeant James, who's with us, for initial context.
So I'll allow Sergeant James to get into all the details, but the crux of the matter is that my understanding is the city has been the beneficiary of this grant in past years as well, and it is a grant that funds overtime or a portion of the overtime that sheriff's deputies work in connection with the narcotics enforcement team, which is a team that works throughout many parts of Oakland County. And of course, we participate in that, as do many other sheriff's departments. Well, and I want to be clear that it's not just other, I believe, and Sergeant James can speak to this, but I don't think the narcotics enforcement team is just communities that are patrolled by the sheriff's department. So while other sheriff's department communities also participate in the narcotics enforcement team, a number of other communities with their own independent police departments also participate in it. And without further ado, I'll allow Sergeant James to talk about the grant program and how it benefits the Sheriff's Department and the City of Pontiac.
So the program is called HIDA, which is short for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. What it does is it allows, the grant pays for overtime for deputies assigned to the narcotics enforcement team to conduct surveillance, intelligence gathering, search warrants, and to do workups on suspects and things like that. There are many agencies, as the mayor stated, that are in the narcotics enforcement team. There are 14, I believe, and just to name some of them, it's Waterford, Pontiac, we have West Bloomfield, Troy, we have Ferndale, Royal Oak. So there are a host of jurisdictions that are involved in this team. Usually the amount is $5,000 per jurisdiction. The grant is awarded by the federal government, but it's filtered through the Michigan State Police, if I'm correct. And usually what this does is it's about 95 hours that deputies or the detectives can spend additionally on honing down on some of those cases and doing surveillance and things like that. So it basically just offsets the overtime in the budget to give us a little more wiggle room.
All right, thank you. Any councilman want the floor?
When we
Brett.
when we budgeted, did we anticipate receiving this grant award? Was there already an award letter, or is this is going to further offset our current expenses?
It will offset expenses that would otherwise be incurred. Now, there is a broader question here about the amount of overtime that the Sheriff's Department incurs, and I know we've talked a little bit about that in connection with one of the budget hearings around the Sheriff's Department contract. But presuming that the Sheriff's Department only incurs overtime as is necessary, whether that's in connection with the narcotics enforcement team or other enforcement purposes, this would be an offset against that overtime that would otherwise be incurred.
Any further discussion?
So it's a future-facing grant.
That's right.
Okay.
It's for the 2022-2023 fiscal year.
Great. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Sergeant James, any feedback from other law enforcement agencies that give you reason to think that this is a especially appropriate move? Any further context you'd like to offer to us?
I can say that, just from experience in the field, that any additional funds that could be used to do things like search warrants and suspect workups and surveillance can only be valued as a positive thing for the city, because and I think any jurisdiction on this list would tell you that, because it adds to the resource pile. It gives you more opportunity to get out there and be able to work these cases.
Thank you. Mayor Grimel?
I want to correct myself, Councilman Nicholson. It's in part forward-facing, but it's also in part looking backwards, because it's actually for the program year as determined by the grant, and that program year is the same as the calendar year. So it's actually for the 2022 calendar year, and obviously about half of that year we've already incurred some overtime expenses, but we'll be incurring presumably additional overtime expenses for the duration of the calendar year.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I just want to say I thank you for bringing this to us and for always going above and beyond the call for this community. I speak from experience, the things that you've done, particularly for youth and for everything else. And I know that we're talking about the drug thing, but sometimes people don't get their flowers. So I just appreciate you coming and helping de-escalate the current situations that's going on in District 1 that we had to deal with. So I thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. We move into roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement. Roll call. Oh, excuse me. Is there any other motion to postpone? We can. We had it on the agenda as discussion only, so if you'd like more time to digest it, but I'm not hearing any motion to postpone. No motion to postpone. No motion to postpone. So with that, roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the high-intensity drug trafficking area sub-grant agreement. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Absolutely, yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve Kaboom Play Everywhere Challenge Grant funded culvert development?
I make a motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. That motion is now before us. I want to give the floor to the administration for more information, but a point of personal privilege, I am going to go grab bottles of water, raise of hands of any council members that need some.
I do. I had a question before.
So we'll give the opportunity for them to give an initial presentation, and then Councilman Rutherford can have the first question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, can you speak toward? Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. So this is our planning director who actually worked to help get this together, and he will talk about this particular resolution. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good evening, City Council. I'm glad to present seek your approval on a resolution utilizing the Kaboom Play Everywhere grant to culvert development. This company is out of Sterling Heights, specializing in small project, concrete projects here in this for the city of Pontiac. And what this is for the project located in Hidden River. Will be a raised platform on the upper terrace of the open space area closer to Saginaw, kind of in the northwest corner of that upper terrace. And there, as you know, there's ramps that go down and steps that go down to a lower terrace going closer to the alley. This would cover the construction of that raised platform, along with the construction or the installation of a shade sail over that raised platform stage area. And we're looking for a total of construction at $52,500. We are looking at the way it works is that, and the reason why we went through the RFP process, Culver Development came in regards to particularly working very closely with the company that does the fabrication and the materials as it relates to the shade sail structure, which is a triangle-shaped structure that would go over the stage area. Relatively small, fits in very nicely within that upper terrace area. And what it does do, it provides kind of an impromptu type of a stage area for anybody who wants to play some music and any type of events that are going on within that open space area, formerly called Hidden River Park. And I think what's important is that Culver Development also has strong ties with the shade sail company and can kind of coordinate the installation of that in regards to the piers and the shade sail that is required to do that type of work. The proposal does give a detailed explanation in regards to the project startup, mobilization, demolition, construction activity, and then installing the shade sail. We are looking at right now in regards to, and we have to do it all time together. We can't start the project in advance in regards to constructing of the footings and the performance space without having the piers there and the shade sail there, so we can all anchor it all appropriately together. Plus also we're making sure that the there is engineering drawings of the shade sail in advance of them being delivered. So we're looking at roughly about a 2-month period of time for the shade sail to be here. And then we're looking at probably, once that we know that delivery date's going to happen, Culver Development will get out there. They're looking at probably at a month worth of construction. So we're probably looking at completing this project by the end of September, realistically. Okay? And we would definitely coordinate between any events and programming or whatever is being planned around the city, or particularly in Hidden River, to make sure that that doesn't complicate the situation. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions or comments that council has.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Councilwoman Rutherford.
This is a question for the administration. Previously, I asked what was the planning of naming the pavilion, and was it going to be named after the Jones Brothers, because there is no place in the city of Pontiac that honors their musical history and what the legacy and what they contribute to the world. OU gave them doctoring degrees, and they have streets named after them in London and England and Switzerland. And so I wanted to know, have you finalized what the actual name of the pavilion is going to be? That's the first question.
So, Councilwoman, as we have discussed, naming of public facilities actually would be done by resolution of City Council.
So all I have to do is do a resolution and get it named? I just want to make sure.
So, I can't say that all you have to do is do a resolution, but I can say that naming of public facilities actually is not on the administration. It is an act of City Council.
Okay, I asked the president, we gonna get that done. The second question is this: the timeline that y'all gonna have electricity out there for someone who want to do an event, is that in the? I know it's not in the current projections, but do you see that happening in the coming months, so that maybe Labor Day artists can plug up, make some extra money, do a free concert in Hidden Performance Park, aka the Jones Brothers Park?
Well, right now, you are correct, Councilman Rutherford. We don't have any electrical work in regards to the dollars that we're spending as part of Kaboom. I do know that Alex Borngesser has been applying also in regards to additional dollars to be spent, to which we would hope to address that issue. And talking with other programmers and other type of event coordinators throughout, that's going to be utilizing that space, they've talked about bringing in some kind of generators and stuff like that, which are not your old, diesel generators causing excessive noise, but that could be done also.
I have one more question before, to the president. I guess I should ask you. So, do we have to wait, just a point of clarity for me, because I want to make sure do we have to wait till the park is built or the pavilion is built to rename it? Or can we do it prior to it being renamed? Inquiring minds want to know.
Both ways have been handled before. Obviously, it might be wise for us to have a policy for how we want to name facilities or public entities. There's, when we were on the school board, there's a policy that the school board has that nothing would be named after somebody who is still living.
None of them living.
I understand that it's not applicable here, but meaning they have a policy, so that it's just written up, even if it's very sort of what the criteria are. And so we can discuss as a council if that's how we want to do it, or if we want to roll with specific actions in these and other circumstances. Councilman Goodman?
I just wanted to ask for my committee's sake, is that an existing document that the school board already has, in place?
Yes, it's
isn't it like an actual document that I can look at and
Oh,
parse
yes,
through?
very easy for me to get that to you.
So, yes, could council leadership get that and provide it to the CEO committee?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll keep that as an active item specifically, but then also broadly. And we can be as proactive and as visionary as possible in terms of what's the appropriate way to best celebrate and honor the world-renowned accomplishments of the Jones Brothers. Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, so I just wanted to reflect on a couple of the questions. As I've privately shared with Councilwoman Rutherford in the past, I fully support naming Hidden River Plaza or another location after the Jones Brothers. I think we need to do a lot more to celebrate our history here in Pontiac, and certainly that's, I think, an important way to do it. Certainly, it makes sense as well what President McGinnis said about putting in place a policy and some parameters around naming before we start going down that road. But I just wanted to say, as I've said privately already with the councilwoman, that I strongly support naming something after the Jones Brothers, and this is a logical place if we think that it's going to, especially if we think it's going to be a performance venue for musicians. In terms of the electrification there, we're already on top of that. I know that's been reflected by some of the comments of staff, but it's one of the first questions I asked when this came to my attention. You know, this grant has a several-year tortuous history, and so it was set in motion long before any of us were in office. But obviously, any kind of performance space has limited utility without access to electricity to power microphones or speakers, et cetera, et cetera. You know more about all of the different electrified tools that musicians use. And so it's really important longer term that it have that. The amount of the grant and the budget for the project just didn't allow for it, but Ms. Borngesser is actively pursuing additional grant dollars for that purpose and other purposes for that space.
Other discussion on this motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, we move now into roll call voting. Speakers list is exhausted. So it's the adoption of the resolution to approve Kaboom Play Everywhere Challenge Grant funded culvert development. Roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Thank you very much to staff involved with moving this initiative forward and taking advantage of the funding that the Kaboom Play Everywhere Challenge grant has brought to the community. We now are at our next item of business. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the revised federal poverty guidelines for 2022 and the City of Pontiac Board of Review instructions for applicants requesting hardship exemption?
I make the motion.
Support. It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. Give the floor to the administration for initial context.
Thank you, Councilman. This is an item that the administration was made aware of just yesterday. Director Carrington can shed light on the subject. Essentially, there was a change that was made in this document, and it requires the city to ratify that change.
Good evening, Council. So, as the Deputy Mayor alluded to, we were just notified by Oakland County. As part of our property tax process, we do offer a number of exemptions and deferments, one of which is what we refer to as the hardship exemption. And that, as part of that exemption, it's an income asset-driven exemption, which allows for a property owner and taxpayer to reduce or avoid certain property taxes. We are required each year to adopt a guidelines. We adopt the federal income guidelines for that particular year. This was done towards the end of December by the prior council. They adopted these guidelines. In the last couple of days, we did receive a notice from Oakland County that the state had flagged one particular guideline that they were requesting a change in order to basically sign off on the guidelines for this year. And so we are asking, and that was item 9 on the prior guidelines. I think we highlighted that. There's language in there, and I'll just read. So item 9 was included in the prior guidelines. What's been submitted and asked to be passed this evening deletes item number 9. And previously it said that a hardship exemption shall not be granted to any applicant who owns sellable property other than their homestead, regardless of location. There's an asset test in here, and within the guidelines. This section put an additional requirement on there, basically limiting not only the amount of assets that could be owned, but the type of assets. And the state, via the county, asked that that limitation be removed. And so we deleted that section in order to get in accordance with the requirements that the state had identified. And we brought that before you this evening. Again, we just got notified a couple days ago, and they are asking that the proper guidelines be approved no later than the 20th of this month.
Thank you. Councilman Nicholson, you have the floor.
Do we know what the intention or that it sounds like to me that there's my opinion is that there's an intention behind that. Do we know if there's other guidelines within this that speak to that? Is somebody owning multiple properties? It sounds like the hardship, being able to apply for a hardship if you own 3 houses. I see what the intent of maybe the
Sure.
former board or commission was.
So the guidelines as they stand now have a limit. It's like $100,000. So I believe
So
the
the
intent,
asset test would take care of
the
that.
asset test would address it.
Great.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? So can you provide a very broad overview for the community what the Board of Review opportunity presents to Pontiac taxpayers?
So the Board of Review meets throughout the calendar year, and it's an opportunity for a couple of things. One is for those property tax owners and residents who are seeking one of the exemptions and deferments to come before the board in case there are any questions that the board may have. Additionally, it's an opportunity for property owners to appeal their assessment. If they have some questions or concerns about the assessments of their property, the taxable value that's been determined for their property, they can come before the Board of Appeals and make an appeal to that board if they have a question or concern about their assessments.
Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, just one quick question. So how has that volume been as when it comes to our citizens actually seeking hardship?
So the mayor asked that we pull information for the most recent tax year. We only showed 3 property owners who are utilizing the exemption, and it's really generating a very small level of revenue that's being exempted through that. So right now we only have 3 actual property owners that are under this hardship exemption.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. We move now into roll call voting on the adoption of the resolution to approve the revised federal poverty guidelines for 2022 and the City of Pontiac Board of Review instructions for applicants requesting hardship exemption. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Thank you. We now are at our next item of business. Is there a motion to adopt the emergency ordinance for the City of Pontiac 2022-2023 General Appropriations Act ordinance and fee schedule?
So moved.
Is there a second? For the sake of discussion, I will second. So it's been moved by Goodman, seconded by McGinnis. So this item is now before us. It is very vast. It is very multifaceted. We will not be voting on it tonight, but we want to have the motion before us so that we as a council can begin making amendments, making changes to it. I want to give the floor to the administration for initial context.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. So what you have in front of you are a couple of documents to help make this process a little bit easier, and then you also have what Council President has put together in his presentation. So you obviously have the changed version of the sheets that are green and white, makes it easier for your eyes not to jump. You will see the adopted early budget, which is the budget that we have been discussing in our budget hearing meetings. And then you have a new line called Council Changes, which is for all of the changes that council may be suggesting throughout this time. Additionally, to try and make it easier for reference, we put together a list that tells you which page number different funds start on, so that when you say, hey, I want to make a change to, for example, accounting, Department 201, you will know that that's on page 8. But other than that, we are ready to go through and pencil in your changes.
All right, we have had 8 budget sessions so far. We also have had the public hearing on this budget as well as the tax levies. We've adopted the resolution establishing the tax levies for this coming fiscal year. We are required by law and ordinance to have our budget adopted 7 days prior to the end of the fiscal year. So our next formal, currently scheduled, and final opportunity to make that decision is our next regularly scheduled council meeting on June 21st. So it is possible that that goes long, but it's possible that we blaze through a lot tonight. What I'm hopeful to do is that we at least begin to vote and go through the different amendments that each council member has offered up in different budget sessions. And I have captured my understanding of all those requests, and I'm doing them in order of the budget. So basically by the accounts and by the GL numbers, so that way you don't ideally have to hop around a bunch of pages. We're essentially going chronologically. It's not an order of the best, most favoritist amendment. It's really just trying to go through chronologically, if you will, for this budget. And this is our opportunity between now and next Tuesday. You are welcome to bring further amendments to the floor, further clarifying questions, and as we have this material before us now, I will spend the next week also preparing some supplemental visuals that might be helpful to the community as well as to the council as we're making these decisions. So if it reaches, we'll see if there's enough reach here. Oh, there is enough reach. So the first is I'm essentially queuing up for the council member to make the motion to amend the ordinance accordingly. So, Councilman Goodman, do you make that motion?
I do. I make the motion.
So Councilman Goodman has moved to add $75,000 for City Council District projects. Department 101, City Council shows the GL number applicable here. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. I want to give the floor to Councilman Goodman, who previously has offered a rationale when we were doing our budget sessions, but you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, so for many of us coming in, when we were made aware of the fact that we had district funds to use for projects, many of us weren't able to put together and enact the things that we would like to do in the amount of time that we were given. So to somewhat alleviate that problem, essentially we are in many ways rolling over money that was not spent from this current fiscal year for our district projects into the upcoming fiscal year to allow the council people who which I believe will probably be discretionary to the council leadership, to give a chance to those who didn't have a chance to expend those funds during this current fiscal year to make up for those projects and to expand upon that. Again, to make up for lost time and make sure that going into this fiscal year, we are able to continue doing projects that we may have planned for this one as well.
So essentially, we are rededicating the funds that hadn't been able to be fully utilized in this current fiscal year. We're essentially bringing them forward, and the same sort of equal distribution will exist. So that way, if a council member has been able to exhaust their portion, which was approximately $20,000 for this remainder of the fiscal year, then that additional $75,000 wouldn't give that district more money. It would essentially just give more time for the remaining projects that hadn't been expended yet. Mayor Grimley, you have the floor.
I think you just answered my question. So I fully understand and support the stated rationale. But I'm hoping that it will truly be a rollover of unspent funds from this fiscal year by council district to the future fiscal year, as opposed to an additional amount of money for each council district, regardless of the amount expended this year, if the question makes sense. So I'm looking for some clarity on that.
The clarity offered clarifies that yes, it will be a carryover for the existing equal distribution of the council members if they utilize their portion this fiscal year. This doesn't add to their total. Okay. We will have of the $150,000 for the coming fiscal year equally divided 7 ways, and the $75,000 we're proposing now to add is following, essentially it's the balance of the remaining districts that have not expended some of those funds.
Got it. Makes sense.
Any further discussion or clarification needed? Yes, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Can you, this is for you and Pro Tem, can you let us know exactly where we are and where we stand as in the $20,000 what has been used in East District via email? That way we can be transparent when we have our meetings in our district and say, hey, we got some more money. What you want to do? Can you do that?
Sure, and the idea is that after we go through, finally conclude this marathon budget process, we can revisit in terms of some retreat, other planning, so that way we can set up what's the good rhythm to, is it quarterly, is it monthly, what's the best way to get that information to you, even if it doesn't mean monthly retreats, it just means like what's the best way that we're all, fully aware of where we're at and what we need to do. That way we're making the most of the community's resources to benefit the community in the limited time of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we now are voting on this amendment. So it's proposing $75,000 be added to that particular GL number. That would bring the line item total to $225,000. And thank you, Councilman Goodman, for first inserting that into the conversation with the council. Roll call on this amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right. Next up, President Pro Tem Carrington, do you move this amendment to add $19,000 for training expenses for City Council?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved by Carrington, seconded by Rutherford, so this item is now before us. The line item presently was $2,000 for training expenses, so if this amendment adopts, it brings it up to $21,000, or on average about $3,000 per council member cumulatively, so that way we can have more professional development, including and especially through the Michigan Municipal League. Some city councils throughout the state, all or many of their council members will go to their annual municipal leadership conference, and it's always in the state of Michigan. So we would be pursuing local training options, and there are also online and virtual training opportunities. This council has all taken advantage of that so far this year, but in order to provide the resources for additional training expenses and professional development, so that way the council's well-serving our residents, that's the motion before us. Anyone else wish to speak to it?
Well, I guess I can bring some rationale.
Yes, Councilman.
I think it's very important that, as a council, that we continue to seek the best practices of municipal government to definitely help our city, as well as be able to create a collaborative effort in working with the administration as well. So I think it's imperative.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I also want to be more, I just want to thank you for thinking of us and making us be the well-rounded council. Because in the past, people have always felt like because we're the newbies, that we don't know enough, or that we're not transparent, or that we don't understand budget line items. But what they forget is that we all, each of us in our own individual way, have served on boards. And so if we have the same training and we're all going in the same direction, it will change the aspect and the perception of we don't know what we're doing. We actually do, but we do it a little differently, in decency and in order. So I'm proud of y'all. Go.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? So the motion is the adoption of the budget amendment proposing the addition of $19,000 in Department 101 City Council, specifically the line item for training expenses, which would bring it to $21,000. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
and Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and that also brings in line the City Council now with other departments where training expenses are also ensuring that our city staff are also growing and strengthening their professional skills. This is a budget amendment proposing the addition of $250,000 for professional services, animal control. Councilman Parker, you brought this to the council. Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, thank you, sir. Well, I'd like to make the motion that we include this in our budget.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Parker, seconded by Rutherford. Want to give the floor to Councilman Parker for rationale, and then the floor, Mayor Grimal's raised a hand.
My turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One of the things that the prior council did was set aside some funding for animal control, and there is a need for animal control in our city, because although the county offers some level of animal control, it is certainly somewhat limited in the scope of its service. It only serves Monday through Friday from, I believe, from 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, and none on weekends. And I think the mayor did submit a letter that said they did something after hours. But I think if we want to make sure that our city is safe, and there's a lot of animals rummaging around, that we need to make sure that we either partner with the city or start our own, implement our own animal control processes within the city of Pontiac.
Mayor Grindle, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. I certainly am very sympathetic with the intent here. You know, as I've relayed to council, the county animal control does have 2 dedicated animal control officers for controlling dogs in the city, but the work is limited to dogs. There's some limited services, very limited services relating to cats as well. But the biggest challenge is that it is limited in time to business hours, Monday through Friday. However, I would suggest that before we go down the road of adding $250,000 to the budget, that we do a little bit of work on the administrative side of things to come up with some specific ideas about how animal control services could be enhanced. I think that probably requires looking at the ordinance of the animal control policies of the city, but also looking at what exactly is needed. If the concerns mostly relate to dogs, I think part of the challenge is getting the word out to residents more about some of the services that Oakland County Animal Control does offer during business hours, but then also making sure that we have a specific plan in place about how we're going to provide some additional staffing after hours or on weekends. So my recommendation would be that rather than adding the $250,000 to the budget, that we actually have a specific plan with a specific dollar amount attached to that plan before we just add the funds without that.
Are there, Councilman Rutherford and then Pro Tem?
So that sounds good, but the problem is we have a huge problem with specific type of dogs that are not allowed in other communities, like pit bulls who attack people, especially in my district. And Mr. Stevens, Deputy Mayor, has met with several people. We met with an individual where there's a dog that actually attacked someone in my district. So it's an issue for me. And then half the dogs in Pontiac, that if they're not licensed or they don't have insurance, then what happens to the victim? So we have to have I believe we need our own services so that when this happens, we don't have to go through the runaround, sir, of waiting on the county to deliver subpar services. So that's just my take on it. So.
Carrington, then Goodman, then Grindle.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I think my concern is that currently we don't know what this one costs. We don't really have a plan. And I would rather see something more tangible in the plan of how we would actually implement this before we decide to put an additional $250,000 into the budget. It's imperative that we have a process. We don't have any of that right now. The mayor has given us information concerning what the county covers. If we look into cover the Saturday and Sunday, or the weekends and the late hours, then maybe we need to look at something based on a fee arrangement with someone in the community or some organization that can actually be per fee concerning these. We don't know how many incidents it's going to be outside of those hours of the county. So I just think we need to do more research in this area. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman, I believe was next.
I just wanted to make a comment to not fall into the misinformation campaign of all dogs can be dangerous if they're not properly trained.
Okay.
And I don't want us to move into the direction of pit bulls are dangerous and we ban pit bulls, because we've seen how that happens in other communities, especially when and this is anecdotally, the black community loves pit bulls. And the last thing that I want to do is have to go to many different residents and explain to them why their dog, which is probably very loving and very trained, is being held accountable to the actions of untrained animals. We've seen it happen in Waterford. One of a good friend and ally of ours has a pit bull himself. So when we're having this conversation around dangerous animals, yes, we need to protect residents, but I don't want us to fall into that conversation of choosing to finger pick one opposed to actually addressing the problem itself. That's all.
Mayor Grimald and Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Again, I'm very sympathetic with Councilwoman Rutherford's concerns. Actually, I'm sidestepping the whole question of different kinds of dogs, so I'm not necessarily agreeing with that part of her comments, just to be clear. But I'm sympathetic with the concerns about making sure we have proper regulations in place. The budget issue, certainly alone at least, will not address that. We need to amend the ordinances that actually govern that sort of thing, and that's one of the reasons why I think we need to put in place some amendments as needed to city ordinances before we really understand what kinds of enforcement tasks are before us and need to be funded.
Councilwoman James and then Councilwoman, oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of things to add to the discussion to what Mayor Grimo and President Pro Tem have said. I did look at the draft ordinance that was put together that was based on the ordinance from another community, and that ordinance, as it is currently written, does not provide any more enforcement activity than what the mayor has presented to council that Oakland County currently does. I would also ask that if is the concern really dressed towards dogs, or are you trying to address other types of animal activity? And if so, again, that needs to actually be in the enforcement language of an ordinance. And then finally, if we are going to have our own animal control officer, the question becomes, what does that officer do with any animals that he or she picks up? So where are they going to go? We're going to have a facility and policies along that line. So again, the question is just, instead of saying, hey, we need to step up enforcement of animal control, it is asking, what do we want to do differently than what is being done now? And then we can budget accordingly. Thank you.
Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we have a real problem with animal control. We know that our residents are concerned about it. And the problem is that we don't have a plan. That's the number one problem, is that we need a plan for what we're going to do. We need an ordinance, number one, because you can't enforce something that you really don't have an ordinance that says it's a problem. And the main issue seems to be dangerous animals, and the definition of a dangerous animal is an animal that has bitten a human, and that's been documented that an animal bit me. I went to the hospital because of that bite, and the doctors reported that I had been bitten and reported that animal. That animal then becomes a dangerous animal. So whether it's a pit bull, regardless of what kind of dog it is, that's the description of how an animal becomes a dangerous animal. So then the question is, how do we as a city protect our residents from dangerous animals? How, if your next door neighbor has a dog that bites your child, what does our city have in place to address that? Now, the county, their services do address that, but it just still seems that as a city, our residents are looking to us to have a plan for this. And I think the plan needs to start with an ordinance, with understanding, as someone said, what is missing from the county's program that we need to put in place for the city of Pontiac. So I do think it's a legitimate concern. It's a legitimate issue. But I think at this point, the biggest thing we really need is a plan.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yeah, we always say that the county's gonna do a lot of things and then they don't do it. And so that's what my issue is. You said something earlier, I wanna answer that question for you. You said, what are we gonna do with the animals? We have a relationship with the county, so if we had a department, they could take the dogs out to the county, could they not?
We don't know the answer to that question.
That's one scenario. Number two, because here's the thing. I'm bringing this up because of the way that the situation was handled with the individual in mind. The dog is still there. She's still carrying her 9 so that the dog can't attack her. So there was no resolution to it because they said the county made the statement that because the dog does not pose a threat where they physically saw it, they can keep their dog. Meanwhile, this older elderly lady, the same one that me and you met with, is still afraid, still carrying her 9 because she's scared this dog gonna attack her. So that's the issue that I have is because we have elderly that can't run. I'm a big girl and I can't always run either. And that's the first one. Number two, everybody know we got a dog fight problem in Pontiac. It ain't no secret. It ain't no secret. So y'all saying y'all want to put stuff in place, that's fine. But what do we do for the immediate solution? Because we throw money, hold on, let me finish. We throw money at everything else, but not safety to me. And that's the issue. It's like it's human. Like I get the dog lovers, shouts out to y'all, but I'm worried about the old people that's scared, that's carrying their 9s on the south side, that's coming up here yelling at me because of a dog. A dog.
Legislative Council Sharp, did you want to provide context to that question of if the city said, hey, county, take this dog?
Well, as far as that's concerned, again, I think the mayor indicated that there are certain business hours, right? So the question becomes after hours, if there's a situation, where is the dog going to go? So that was part of, again, the discussion with the prior council in terms of all those other moving parts. In terms of, I believe, the ordinance that was presented to the administration for review, that it has to be tweaked so that it could be more conducive for Pontiac. It, in my opinion, does provide a little bit more teeth as to go to Councilwoman James's point about what happens after somebody is bitten. Your current ordinance doesn't address any of that. So I believe, truthfully, that you do have to have something that's going to give a procedure before you just say, okay, we're going to address a dangerous animal situation, but you don't have an ordinance in order to first lay the foundation to put in the mechanisms and so forth. But again, if animals are picked up after hours, where are they going?
Councilman Goodman.
And so a question to the Legislative Council. Given that we currently do not really have that in place, would you say that, at least for the interim, would it be a smarter decision to just continue over the amount that is currently in there, and so that way, with the intention of during this fiscal year and extremely soon, well, this upcoming one, to work on said ordinance. That way, there is at least some funding. We're not increasing the amount, but we're still putting that funding there for said ordinance and said enforcement.
I think that definitely splits the baby, and it somewhat addresses the issue, because in the event that you find that you need more than $100,000, you guys can always do a budget amendment, but you need to start off with developing or modifying your current ordinance first.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Grimel, then Councilman Parker.
Well, I want to begin with a sentimental observation that it's during discussions like this that I miss Sherry Scott, I have to say, because she had a real heart for animals, for those of you who knew her. I also just want to really emphasize that I think we all agree on the problem. I think we all acknowledge the seriousness of the problem. We agree about the problem. It's just our thought that we want to come up with a thoughtful approach to that problem that begins with adopting some needed changes to our city ordinance, and that better understands what exactly the plan is in terms of utilizing dollars so that we can budget accordingly.
Councilman Parker.
And having heard all that, one of the things I wanted to make sure we did was, as we move forward, as we look at utilizing the county's assets to manage our problems, that if necessary, we had funding available to help manage our problems. So maybe that's not $250,000, but certainly it may be, even if we just continue with the amount that was previously there, it would allow us to at least have funding to be able to address our problems as we identify our problems by resolution and mark them and do a comprehensive resolution that does meet the needs of the city of Pontiac.
Other discussion? I just want to offer up that if this amendment fails, that the Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee will be charged with pursuing, building out ordinances and working with, making sure that it doesn't get lost in the conversation with the administration, since it is a public safety, health, and wellness matter, as I think that's the consensus of this council. Councilman Parker.
So if the issue is the amount of money, can we at least agree to keep it at the amount that was previously approved by the previous council?
Would you like to withdraw your amendment? You don't have to. What's before us is $250,000.
Can I amend the amount?
You certainly can, but we might as well just decide on this matter, and then if it fails, then you can make an alternative, a second amendment. How about that?
Works for me. Thank you.
Any further discussion or clarification needed on the amendment before us, which is adding $250,000 for animal control? And if this were to be successful, it would be Department 733, Code Enforcement, Other Professional Services. So that way it is not housed in the Pontiac City Council budget. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the amendment, adding $250,000. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
No.
Nicholson,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
No.
Goodman,
No.
James.
No.
Two yeas, 5 nays.
That amendment fails. Would you like to make a follow-up amendment of $100,000 for professional services?
Yes, sir. I would like to make an amendment to the original amendment that we apply $100,000 to our budget to look into and be able to put in force a resolution, an amendment to do animal control.
So a motion to amend the agenda to add $100,000 for professional services, animal control, and it would be in code enforcement, that identified GL number, other professional services. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or debate needed? Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
I think code enforcement is definitely the place for it to be.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries for $100,000 added to the budget for animal control. That amendment carries. Next up, Councilwoman Kathleen James identified that she would like to amend the budget for the Charter Commission, adding $5,000 for printing and bindery service. Do you still make that motion, Councilwoman James?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. If adopted, this would bring it up to $10,000. Since the initial introduction of the budget proposal, the Charter Commission election happened. The Charter Commission had their first meeting, elected leadership, and submitted some funding requests to expand what was initially submitted in the budget proposal. This would boost the line item for printing and binding services, so that way they have more additional wraparound support resources as they begin their service. Any further context you'd like to give, Councilwoman James?
Well, just that the commission wants to be able to do more outreach this time out. As you know, the previous Charter Commission, all of the work that was done, that work was not approved by the voters. And so this Charter Commission would not want to repeat that again. They want to be able to interact with the residents more so that they understand what the residents want to see. And so I agree with that. And they had requested originally a $50,000 amount for that, but the mayor's recommendation was $5,000, and I asked that that be doubled to the $10,000 that you currently see.
Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Yep, we strongly agree with this, and for all the reasons Councilwoman James said, this outreach is really, really important, both to solicit feedback from the community as the Charter Commission does its work, but also to communicate proactively with the community about the proposals that they may make.
Any further discussion? Councilman Nicholson.
I have a question. So this brings the total line item to 10,000, not $10,000 additionally?
Yes,
Correct.
that's correct.
So my question then is there going to be an additional, or is the city intending on supplying additional dollars towards postage? I see we can print additionally, but if the postage doesn't also line up, it doesn't mean we have a bunch of postcards, but are we hand delivering them, or what the intention would be behind printing but not postage?
Well, my intention also is that during the course of the fiscal year, there will be a great volume of printing or other bindery service, in terms of them research and review other charters, other communities, best practices, that it allows for more of that, sort of like the hard copies that they'll need, but it does allow for, even above, so it doesn't cut into that, resources that can allow outreach, but not necessarily postage per se, because what we discussed at the budget session is that we want to leverage the city's communications lines across the board, so that way the Charter Commission isn't kind of on an island unto itself. It can leverage the resources, including other communications that will be mailed to households, and it would be more coordinated in tandem with the city versus sort of happening in isolation.
That's great. So in consideration of what the research that the Charter Commission had done in supplying us that detail, it looks like with the printing, they can certainly get out at least one postcard. Their postcard quote came to $6,160 for all 22,000 homes. So that, and then have additional dollars for other printing internally. And looks like they might be able to make their postage for one if they felt like they needed something on their own to go it alone. That would at least give them that opportunity.
Councilwoman James, did I see your hand earlier?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the discussion about posting, but usually printing, those services often include the mailing as well. So you don't necessarily have to have two separate line items.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
So my question is this going to be enough for them to actually do their job? Because I don't understand how y'all came up with 10 when they said 50, and why it wasn't a common ground when we said 25,000. I'm just asking, because what's going to end up happening is somewhere along the line, there's going to be a possibility where they need more printing or they need more posting or whatever. And I feel like we're handicapping the Charter Commission from doing their due diligence if they don't have an accurate budget. That's just my opinion. I don't, 10,000 to me does not seem enough. 25,000 seems enough, but 10,000 doesn't seem enough.
This is one line item of a larger budget.
Okay, I just want to make sure that and I have to, because the power is in the people. The people need to be informed, and they need to be able to get their post. And I don't want it to be seen that we are not giving them the opportunity to have the resources so that they can be able to be informed. Because the charter is extremely important to the city of Pontiac, and it's extremely important to the legislature as well as the executive branch. So that's why I asked that question.
Clerk Doyle?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, if they went through a print house, then postage could possibly be included, but if they don't, then there is no postage allocation. Right. Every department has a postage allocation, and the budget currently doesn't include any type of postage allocation. So, I would recommend a postage allocation. I'm not going to say any amount, that's for the council to decide, but it at least needs to be a postage allocation, so then an account number can be assigned to the Charter Commission.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Any further discussion on this amendment, adding $5,000 to bring their line item total up to $10,000 for printing and bindery service specifically? Hearing no further discussion on this amendment, roll call on its adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman. Sorry. James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there an additional amendment to add a line item for postage? Councilman Rutherford?
Make the amendment that we add a line on the item of $10,000 for postage.
It's been moved by Rutherford to add $10,000 for postage. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mayor Grimel.
I certainly support adding a postage line item. That makes perfect sense. I would suggest or recommend that the amount be in line with the number of pieces that are envisioned going out at a postcard rate. And I think 10,000 is far in excess of that, but we have brighter arithmetic minds at council than mine, and I could be wrong about that.
So a bulk rate standard size, sorry, I apologize. Bulk rate standard size postcard is 25, it's 0.254 cents. If they weren't mailing it at bulk rate, it would be 40 cents. I imagine 22,000 would certainly be bulk rate. So 22,000 homes is what the Charter Commission provided as their estimate at 2.45. It's 5,588. So an additional $6,000 for setup fees and that additional. Maybe a total. If we're saying that the printing would really only suffice for one postcard, I think then the postage should match that.
Any further discussion on the amendment of 10,000 for postage? Pro Tem Carrington?
Well, I guess I don't mind the extra there just in case. So, I will support the 10,000 for postage.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the amendment creating a postage GL line item in the Charter Commission budget for postage, and that being $10,000. That's the amendment before us. Hearing no further discussion or clarification, roll call on adoption of the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman, James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Next up, it's the, I feel like this is out of order, but maybe not. So proposing the addition of funding for pavement markings for routine maintenance of roads. Was it you, Councilman Nicholson, who invoked this during our budget session, or was it Councilman Goodman? In my brain, it was you.
Pavement markings. Yes, that's correct. That was mine. So we have many streets throughout the city that pavement markings, while we've recently remarked downtown, where the pavement markings, especially the stops, the stop sign lines have just been worn away with time. There was no amount, if I recall, there was $45,000 in the previous year's budget, but no amount in this year's budget.
I think 45,000 is what's proposed in this year's budget, but I didn't know an explicit amount. You wanted to boost it. You were hoping that administration was going to provide
Great.
some context on
Thank you for
what would be
the mind
useful.
boost. Yeah.
Does that sound right? I think
Yes.
Mayor Grimel and administration. Well, how about this? I will, be loose with the Robert's Rules of Order. There isn't a motion before. Well, we're talking about the budget. So there you go. You have the floor. Talking broadly about the budget motion before us, but specifically about routine maintenance of roads.
We wanted to make sure that our DPW director was here for exactly this kind of purpose. And so, Mr. Cooley, do you want to give some insight or share some thoughts about the amount that we had proposed for pavement markings and how much additional might be needed or appropriate?
Yeah, so when we were going through the original budget, Abdul Siddiqui, who was a former city engineer, had put in a dollar amount that he had figured would get us through some of them stop bars and the special markings, the left turn arrows, stuff like that. So I believe that's why we were at that $45,000 mark. Speaking with the administration, I believe if we were going to make an amendment to this, we would make it back to what we had in for this year's budget, which is 145,000. And that would give us the opportunity to paint some of the long lines that have faded away and done some different items like that.
So Councilman Nicholson, do you make a motion to amend the budget to add $100,000 for pavement markings, bringing the total to $145,000?
I'll make that a motion.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by, so it's moved by Nicholson, seconded by Parker. So what's before us is the addition of $100,000 for pavement markings, which is in Department 463, routine maintenance roads. The GL is before you for pavement markings. Any discussion or clarifications from council members? Hearing no further discussion and no request for clarity, what's before us now is, do we want to amend the budget to add another $100,000 to bring the total to $145,000, which was the amended budget line item for last, this, concluding fiscal year, for pavement markings? Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are next at the budget amendment, proposing the addition of $26,000 for a facilities condition assessment. Do you make that motion, Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved by Carrington, second by Rutherford. This is for Department 265, building maintenance. For other professional services, it would allow for a facilities condition assessment of all facilities owned by us, the taxpayers of the city of Pontiac, to know explicitly what are the needs and issues with the condition of the properties, and what are the dollar amounts associated with making those improvements necessary. And, broadly, that's what it is. Pro Tem Carrington, any further context on your motion?
Well, actually, you basically summed it up, President McGinnis. Basically, it's imperative that we know what our facilities look like and what we need to do per each of the facilities that we own. So I think this is definitely a small step in the right direction.
The current line item for this is $1,000, so this would take it to $27,000 if successful. Was the administration able to do any groundwork in terms of if this is an appropriate dollar target for a professional assessment, or if we should proceed with this amount and then we may course correct during the fiscal year or as the RFP process goes along?
That would be the appropriate step.
So it's 101-265 818.000 other professional services, unless I made a mistake.
So what is it supposed to be currently?
It's page 16. There's currently $1,000 in there. I heard wrong, and so I had anticipated to add $16,000 to there from the discussion, but it's $26,000 being added to there.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
so what that does is, thank you for flagging that, Councilman Goodman. So essentially, we're moving to make the final amount $27,000 for that other professional services line item in the budget. Mayor Greimel?
Yeah, so this is something we strongly support because, as we've discussed quite a bit, we really need to do a capital needs assessment. I guess this is sort of implicit maybe in any budget line item, but it'd be helpful, I think, to sort of reflect on the record to the extent it's possible, something along the lines of up to $26,000 for a couple of reasons. One is, obviously as we go out with an RFP to try to select a consultant to do this, we would hate to suggest that, hey, that's the right bid amount because that's what we're going to spend. So we don't want to kind of negotiate against ourselves as we get RFP proposals. But the other issue is this is the kind of thing that we might be able to secure some grant funding for as well. And so we don't want to discourage grant funding with them thinking, oh, well, you know, you've already got the money available. So those are just my two thoughts. I don't have a problem budgeting something, but to the extent that the actual ordinance can reflect some flexibility around that in some form or fashion, that would certainly be optimal, I think, for those two reasons.
Well, I think the ordinance will reflect numbers, so we won't be able to do too much. But it's noted and it's heard loud and clear, but this would change the explicit line item for other professional services. Here's what the intention is identified, but the line item will be the line item. And so there will be versatility that the administration will have in terms of executing facilities condition assessment with a lowercase f, c, and a. And it might involve more than just the particular professional research done. Any further discussion on the amendment before us? Any clarification needed? Hearing no further discussion, we are moving into roll call voting on this amendment, which would bring the budget line item for other professional services and building maintenance to $27,000. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, this is adding in that same Department 265 building maintenance, it would be adding an additional $15,000 for City Hall maintenance. Councilman Rutherford, do you make this motion that would bring this line item total to $35,000 for building maintenance services, building maintenance?
Yes, I do make the motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, so this is pursuing greater resources for the maintenance of City Hall, this public facility. Any discussion or clarification needed? So presently, the line item is $20,000. This $15,000 addition, if successful, would bring it to $35,000. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're next under the Personnel Services Department. It may have been reflected in the latest draft that has just hit the desks, but this was an item that Councilman Brett Nicholson brought forward to ensure that under other professional services, professional background checks could be handled for human resources with the large infusion of new employee and personnel that's being brought online. We want to expand the capacity. Is that reflected already in the document?
I believe it's reflected incorrectly. It does add $86,000 rather than $18,500. Is there additional research that's been done or recommendation?
So it it is reflected incorrectly because it is the $11,000 which you discussed, and it is also we had discussed previously that there should be funds available for the HR department to conduct use a search firm.
Okay, so that'll be a separate amendment.
Or if you want to do it in tandem, if you like.
Sure,
It's the
sure.
same line item if you support that.
Sure. Yes. So we did bring up in the budget conversations the
Oh, in your subcommittee?
no here
okay.
in our last budget conversation regarding background checks first, and then also in a separate conversation about the potential use of search firms based on the volume of hiring that we're doing and the limited resource that we have. Although the HR director does feel quite confident that we'll be getting and only getting more candidates as we continue to optimize our search efforts. there will be and has been in the past challenges with recruiting. We have some really key positions that we need to fill. Can only imagine if we have a lot of success with lay or with line, let's say laborers, but then we have difficulties with superintendents. That could really put the departments in difficult positions and not being able to have the adequate resources to supervise or train. So just having those dollars there in case we run into that circumstance where we can engage other services to help expedite that process and get the best possible people, I felt it was important to have those on hand. The background check process, currently we're doing public record background checks. So that is like our, sex offender registry, the iChat, the information, the criminal history free service that comes from the state police. But and all of us may not know that background check system is highly flawed. Somebody could be arrested but not fingerprinted. Their information only goes into some systems when they're fingerprinted. Others, it goes in when their social security is identified with an arrest. Sometimes we get arrest records but not conviction records from the iChat. So then we have to fill in the rest of it with public record searches. So a more robust background check that would include also employment history and education, especially if we're hiring people in more professional roles. So that $86,000 in totality, Deputy Mayor, includes both the $18,500 plus the additional dollars for potential search for uses. So I'd like to make the amendment to bring the total line item in other professional services under personnel to $86,000.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Rutherford, that for Department 270 Personnel Services, this GL number for other professional services, the line item total is increased to $86,000.
I believe there is it 86 flat? It's on page.
86,000
Correct. It is 86 flat, page
Correct.
18.
Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded. On this amendment, Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I guess some of my concern is I definitely understand the background check. I think that's definitely necessary. But I'm also, I guess I'm a little concerned about the search firms. Because from my understanding, because at Wayne State we use search firms as well, and they actually mostly time eliminate returning citizens. So I'm trying to make sure that these firms will not be eliminating returning citizens who have changed their lives.
That's right.
Mayor
Yes.
Brackle?
So
Just to emphasize this point, which I think council is already aware, any professional services contract for more than $10,000 will have to come before council. So council would have an opportunity to have that issue vetted as part of that contracting process. This is just allocating the funds to allow for that contracting process, but it does not short circuit the city requirement that any professional services contract for more than $10,000 be approved by council and that it go through an RFP process.
Other discussion? Hearing no further discussion and no request for clarity, we are voting on the amendment to add additional funds to bring this line item total to $86,000 for other professional services under Department 270 Personnel Services. Roll call on this amendment. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Next is regarding the fire station building needs. Pro Tem Carrington, do you still wish to make this motion that would add $25,000 to make the line item a total of $30,000? And if the administration has altered anything, just let me know.
Yes, I want to propose an addition of $25,000 for fire station building needs.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved by Carrington, seconded by Rutherford. And what we discussed about in the budget session, this is trying to build in more resources so that way at particular fire stations that have some compromised fuel tank storage situations, that resources are there for that and additional deferred maintenance that is happening or has in the past not happened, rather, for the fire stations that are the city's property. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, any clarity needed. What's before us is an amendment in Department 336, Fire Department, under Services, Building Maintenance, adding an additional $25,000, which brings the line item to $30,000. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. That amendment will be incorporated. Next up, Councilman Parker brought an item at a previous budget session pursuing additional janitorial staffing for the city's facilities. It would be adding $33,400 under salaries and wages under Department 458, Public Works Operations. Do you still wish to make this amendment, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further information or context you'd like to give Councilman Parker?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, as we listen and we talk about the number of people that we're going to be, as we're hiring, the number of spaces that are currently closed that are going to be open, and the degree level to which we should try to keep not only those who are working in the building safe, but those who come into the building safe, we should have a better process for cleaning and making sure the building is clean and safe as people come in. And right now, the level of staffing is adequate for what we have now, but as we open up additional spaces, you should have additional people to make sure those spaces stay clean.
Pro Tem Carrington?
I guess my question is this a part-time position, or is this are you seeking a full-time position?
I believe this was just well, this was supposed to be, according to the budget, a full-time position. I believe this was.
No, the janitor's make.
It does say part-time? Okay, part.
Okay.
Anything further, Pro Tem Carrington?
No follow-up question.
Rutherford, then Grimel?
So how did y'all come up with this figure? Because I know janitorial services, what they make is $17 an hour? Cause
Councilman Parker brought this figure.
I'm asking, like, what I'm saying is, did you go and see how much a chief janitorial or a janitorial person makes before y'all came up with that number? Because that's not living wages if we gonna divide, or.
That's pretty close, I'm sorry.
No, hold on. Go ahead. I just wanna know. I'm gonna look it up.
She yields to you. You have the floor, Councilman Parker.
I believe if you figure at a wage of $15 an hour, you pretty come close to about $30,000 a year.
Mayor Grimel?
Somewhere close to that. What this doesn't include, though, is SBR, which the deputy mayor now, because he said it would be more than that number, but we don't know exactly. I didn't ever get that. It was going to be a little bit more than that if you include SBR. Sick vacation relief.
Mayor Grimel?
So I have no problem adding the funds to the budget. I do just want to say on the record that obviously we don't want to spend the money unless we know we need the money. So putting it in the budget obviously doesn't compel us to necessarily spend it, and we appreciate having the additional flexibility if we do need to hire part-time staff. We agree that for the current space in the building that's being used, that the janitorial service seems to be adequate. Although if there are problems that I'm not aware of, please let me know. Obviously, we appreciate the added flexibility, but we'll have to do an assessment as we use more space in the building to figure out, okay, how much more do we need in the way of janitorial services, and how much of this funding, if any, will actually need to be spent to that end. But we have no problem with the funding being added. I just wanted to reflect on the fact that, you know, we're shooting a little bit in the dark here without knowing what the actual needs may be as more of the building is utilized.
Councilman Goodman? Legislative Council Sharp?
It's not really going to the issue of needing an additional person because of having more employees, but instead, sometime back when the prior council brought the 2 positions in-house, the janitorial staff, there was actually an allocation in the budget for a part-time person. Because the thought was the 2 people that were brought in-house, as people know, they're related, and the thought was potentially they would go on vacation together. So also to supplement in the event that they needed to have a part-time person to fill in. So there was money in the prior budget put in for a part-time person to fill in. And I don't think that's currently there. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion and no clarity sought, what's before us is amending this line item, adding additional $33,400 for additional janitorial staffing needs. It would bring the full line item total to $296,799 for salaries and wages. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The next is proposing the addition of $750,000 for Purdue School remediation and demolition. I make the motion to add it under Department 690, Redevelopment and Housing, with that GL number for other professional services. That would take the line item total to $800,000. And in the asterisk below, that just shows if it was instead better placed under Building Inspection Department, what that line item total would come to. So that is my motion to amend the budget for Purdue School demolition. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and seconded. So what's before us is this bad boy located in District 7 at Pike and Sanford. This was actually the first middle school in Pontiac, Eastern Junior High, later known as Edison, or known as Edison Purdue, or most recently the Purdue School. It has been vacant for many years, and it was, once the school district sold it approximately a decade ago, it was privately owned for nearly a decade, rotting further and really having a very negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood and our entire city overall. But in a perverse twist of fate, it's now owned by you and I, the taxpayers of Pontiac, as of recent months. And so we can't do everything immediately about every vacant eyesore or every unutilized and rotting former school. But this one, we can do something about it. And so my proposal is that rather than kick the can down, just like it has with previous owners, let us call the question. And I don't mean that in a parliamentary motion. I mean, like, let's deal with it head on. Pro Tem Carrington?
Thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, I'd like to say that I can understand why you want it tore down, because basically other communities or other school districts, when a vacant school becomes vacant, they usually tear it down. So I understand the importance of it. But I got a couple of clarifying questions. First, is it a particular reason why we should tear this building spend $1 million right now to tear this building down? Has the administration spoke about any businesses that want this land at this moment? And my second question is, couldn't this be best served by some kind of looking for grant opportunities to tear this building down?
Mayor Grimel and then Councilman Rutherford.
Just in response to President Pro Tem Carrington's questions, the building is certainly in tough shape and I think very unlikely to be saved under any circumstance. But we do have a possibility of a redevelopment of this site under which the potential developer would pay for the demolition costs. In fact, we had a meeting yesterday with the Community Housing Network to talk about the possibility of them redeveloping this site without a payment in lieu of taxes arrangement or a pilot arrangement. The other thing that I would say is that ARPA dollars may be a permissible use for tearing this down rather than dollars that could potentially be used for fixing the roads if we're talking about capital improvements or other things that could be used for other purposes that are not ARPA eligible.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
So in January, when Community Housing Network came here and they asked to buy this building, they were told no. They were told that they couldn't get a pilot. And the reason why I know this is because prior to us getting into the administration, there was an issue where we had a moratorium. Is that the right word? Moratorium on pilots. So that the reason, and hold on, I'm gonna let you say whatever you want when I finish. So now all of a sudden, in the 9th hour, we're saying that we're going to tell them, hey, they can buy the property. Meanwhile, this building sits in the heart of a community that is disenfranchised, meaning that it's dangerous, meaning that the building cannot be saved. And I understand millions of dollars because people want to say that's $1 million, but would you rather for us to have a place that is safe, that is torn down, or do you want to see this up for another year and then right in the 9th hour again, the deal does not go through? At this time, we have the power and the resources, sorry, not sorry, to tear it down. So just tear it down. Because what's going to happen is they still going to get the land anyway. But if we're going to wait and then they don't do the deal the way that they say they do, a year from now, the taxpayers are going to say, well, God, it's more stuff going on in the building. It's more vandalized. It's going to get burnt down like Washington or like Jefferson, which is an eyesore within itself. So my issue is January, y'all said one thing. Now it's June. We're not playing this game. It's just tear it down and be done with it. We're not playing. And I didn't ask a question. I just made a statement, but you can respond. Go ahead.
Mayor.
Well,
and then
there's
Councilwoman James.
a lot of misinformation there. First of all, we never told them they couldn't buy the building.
No.
We said they couldn't get a pilot.
No, what you said, sir.
Order.
And number two,
You can
we're
get
still
ice
saying they can't.
Mayor has the floor.
We're still saying they can't get a pilot. The only thing that's changed is that they've said they might be willing to redevelop without a pilot. That's what's changed.
Okay. So Mike.
Councilwoman James is
Okay,
next
go
on the
ahead.
speakers list.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the comment that was made about we could possibly use opera dollars for the demolition, I want to clarify, are we talking the 10 million opera dollars that were put into the general budget, or are we talking the remaining opera dollar funds?
We're talking about other ARPA dollar funds, that this could be an eligible use for ARPA dollars.
You know, my response to that is that we need a real plan. You know, we can't just pinch off that money. We need to understand and prioritize those dollars. What we cannot do is just start taking little arbitrary things here and there. We need to, as a city, prioritize our needs as to how we want to use those funds. Yeah. So.
Others that wish to be on the speakers list? So, Mayor Grunwald.
Well, we agree with Councilwoman James. We're not suggesting that we allocate the ARPA dollars as part of the budget process. We're just suggesting that rather than allocating, and as I've said before, we're going to be bringing forward some possible uses of ARPA dollars to council in the next month or so. But rather, what I'm suggesting is if we do want to tear down the building, it might make more sense to use ARPA dollars for that purpose rather than general budget dollars, because the general budget dollars we can use for a number of purposes. And so if this is an eligible use for ARPA, it would make more sense to use ARPA dollars for that.
Councilman Rutherford.
I'll calm down when I talk. You're right. You said you couldn't do a pilot, so I'll give you that. However, at the end of the day, this building is still an eyesore. At the end of the day, we will find funding for everything else. So I don't see that it should be an issue tearing it down now. I just don't. I thought it was an issue, but I don't. Because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that our community is safe. We have to make sure that there are spaces that are safe. And we have to make sure that we're actually given an opportunity, not might, but a contract. Not I might, but in writing. Might ain't enough for me. I might pay my bills. I might not. So that's how I feel about it. That's it. Go ahead.
Councilwoman James.
Well, was this originally in the budget, President McGinnis?
No, ma'am. There was no funding identified for the demolition of Purdue School in this or other sources of funding, including community development block grant funding as presently offered. This is the dollar amount of $600,000 for demolition is what staff and city enlisted studies initially earmarked the demolition for, but what was offered in our economic development subcommittee is that the remediation expenses for asbestos and other environmental concerns could be, upwards of $150,000. So that's where the $750,000 figure resides, and so this would be a new item that is not presently expressed in the budget. I represent District 7, where this school is located, and I think it is fair, although difficult to say, that the biggest slum landlord in my district is all of us, because we own this school, and it's located in our district, and we own it. And so it's our responsibility to resolve it, and I'm open to other scenarios that resolve it. But as I expressed in January, that this is not something where I'm going to let 4 years go and we're just going to look and say, oh, well, let's just rot some more, because what it's doing is dooming many blocks of our city to suffer and sort of be handicapped and kneecapped from being able to move forward. It's in this paralysis and purgatory, and although I disagree with us acquiring that property, it's before all of our time, it is our property. So we need to have solutions, and this is, since it's the budget session, this is the solution I'm bringing forward. Councilman Nicholson.
I'm on the same page. I hope that there's some resolution. I will say, Community Housing Network being that resolution gives me a lot of pause. My day job is I work for the Jewish Association for Residential Care, and 8 of my houses out of 31 houses are owned by Community Housing Network. I would say about 10 hours of my week is spent arguing and begging them to come and fix things in the houses. I have, in my district with Washington School, several proposals were brought from Community Housing Network that didn't turn out to be viable for various reasons, mostly funding associated. So I can't fully feel confident, but I feel confident that we're having the conversation and that there may be other avenues. I think something needs to be done about this property. I sure wish I was in the same position with with Washington School. I wish we owned that. I know you wish we didn't own Purdue. I wish we did own Washington School, so we could do something about it. So I think it's a unique position we're in, and I'm glad that you raised the question.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes. Again, like I said, I understand. If it was in my district, I probably want it tore down too, because I want a few schools in my district. Got about 4 of them. But I still think that I'm still leaning towards the way that we got to be fiscally responsible. And my concern is that we taking $1 million out of our general fund to take care of this. I guess that's where my concern is. I think I would love to see some grant writing, because we actually built that department up better. We added all these positions, which we brought over $3 million in new jobs to the city of Pontiac in this budget. So I would like to see them work. I would like to see to get them an opportunity to actually work on a grant to get this towed out.
Councilman Goodman, then James, then Rutherford.
I'll say that as one of the few people up on this dais who probably went to the school, I very much understand the point of, and also having lived in this neighborhood for a majority of my life, understand the importance of wanting to get this tore down, since when I attended that school to when it was closed to now, there has been a large span of years. But I do also agree with the point that if there is a different way to fund this, whether or not it be Community Housing Network and the way that we feel about them, but if we can use ARPA funds in some way, but finding some way that we're not taking this money directly out of the general fund, because there is, as people have pointed out, there is a greater use for this money. And while I do agree that this school and this site specifically is an eyesore on the community, and again, it could still be tore down, I don't fully agree with using general funds to fund this specifically. I think there is a better use for that.
Councilman James.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Goodman. I also think, though, I can appreciate your sentiment, President McGinnis. I very much want to see the city of Pontiac set the example for these abandoned schools, which we have all over the city that have been abandoned for, some of them, 20 years. No other community does this. When they close a school, generally within a year, that school's history. But only in Pontiac, are these do these buildings just sit there decade after decade. So I think the fact that we own it, it gives us the opportunity to set an example and say, hey, we are going to, demolish this building. But I agree that I don't see it necessarily coming out of general funds. I think I'd like to see the county pay for it. I'd like to see them, give their opera dollars to help us to get some of these historical but dilapidated and unusable buildings torn down. So I'm sure there's a way that we can do it, but I don't necessarily see it coming out of our general fund.
Councilman Rutherford?
So I've been here 43 years, heard a lot of promises done in 43 years, heard a lot of people say they're gonna do stuff in 43 years. What I don't ever see is an opportunity for us to have power to do so. Just so I have clarity for the folks at home, Mayor Grimo, is the building secure? Do you have security, because we own it, do we secure the building?
We believe so, but we'll double check. I haven't personally checked the security of the building, of course, but we did have this conversation when we took office about the building, and our understanding was that it was secure, but we'll confirm that. As President McGinnis indicated, this building has been owned by the city now for about a year and a half, so about a year before all of us took office. And we'll confirm that it's secure.
I got another question. Question number 2: when was the last? Because we got here in January. What was the last walkthrough or an inspection that's done on this building? Is this building deemed hazardous to the community? Because I know I know what I know, but I want to make sure I have a fact. Where's the report that was done on this building that showed it? It was done by the previous administration. Where's the report that says is it deemed hazardous? Because let's say there is wires out. Let's say there's water flooding like how in Webster is. What's the last time we know? Because what if it's waste being sitting in the building that produces a hazardous situation for people to be around? I'm just asking. And then we wait another 6 months and it's still there. Go ahead.
Councilman Parker, then Mayor Grimo.
Thank you, sir. My memory don't sometimes fails me, but then it comes up. If I'm not mistaken, I think this was the property that was tied to the Phoenix Center deal and the PPP. So are we saying then that, and I know they sold it back to the city, but should they not have some involvement in what happens to this building and the tearing down of this building?
Mayor Grimo's next on the speaker.
Just to touch on Councilman Parker's point, yes, it was part of, we've talked a great deal about the Phoenix Center deal and why it was a bad deal in a lot of ways. And one of the ways in which it was a bad deal is that it foisted this onto the city. I do just want to say that my understanding, it's true that an assessment was done by the previous administration of this building. My understanding is that the assessment indicates that the building is not salvageable. I have not heard anybody suggest that it is a hazard in any way to the surrounding community, other, of course, than being an eyesore, which is a problem we take very seriously. But in terms of being a health or safety hazard because of pollution or toxins or electric wires, I'm not aware of anything along those lines. Obviously, any abandoned building can be an attractive nuisance that people go into, and going into any abandoned building itself can be dangerous. But in terms of being a danger or a hazard to the surrounding neighborhood, I have not heard any suggestion or indication of that.
Any further discussion on this motion before us? So the amendment would be adding $750,000 to this line item.
The only addition or change I have is in speaking with staff. This is currently listed in the DPW department, and it should probably be listed in the building department. So that first number, instead of being 101, it would be 249.
I put it in the redevelopment and housing budget, which my understanding was the economic development budget.
Okay.
So Department 690. But I'm fine with, if you think it's better housed.
That's fine.
Okay. And I chose that in part because of the work that they do with batch demolitions, so they're more conversant. Any further clarification needed on the motion before us? It's the budget amendment to add $750,000 to remediate and demolish the Purdue school site. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
No.
Goodman.
No.
James.
No.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
3 yeas, 4 nays.
That motion fails. Oh, sorry about that haunting picture. Is there a motion to amend the budget for the addition of $68,000 for the purchase of code enforcement vehicles? Councilman Brett Nicholson raised this matter, so the Department 733 is code enforcement, although there might be a better home. There isn't an existing GL number that was populated with any resources in that department, so it might be booked in a new GL or resuscitate a dormant GL number that's in the BSNA system. Councilman Nicholson, is it still your intention to make that motion?
Yes, and since our last budget meeting, I have learned that these vehicles, because they might, I'm guessing just because they're the most versatile vehicles that are available to staff, are sometimes also used by other departments like the IT department, or the trucks may be used for picking up materials here and there. So I believe there are 3 sedans, 2 trucks, that right now where we're proposing 10 code enforcement officers, 2 rental inspectors, that really only allows for half of our fleet to be out in the community. And that's if no one else is using those vehicles. So a few additional, maybe 2 additional vehicles, I think would certainly be supportive to that department. I do believe it would likely be more than 68,000 for 2 vehicles, but I would look to administration to see what the going rate on those sedans has been. But I would propose 2 additional sedans.
So do you move 68,000 for now?
I would, yeah, we can move for 68,000, and then when we get quotes, we can
Well, without
make that
objection, if you wanna
adjustment.
give
Or unless, Director Cooley has more
You want
info.
to give us any intel before we make a concrete number motion?
It's, I believe them sedans we have now are 19s. It's been a few years since we bought them. So I don't remember exactly the number off the top of my head. 68, I think, will be a little low to try to get 2 cars. I believe the last we looked at it, the trucks that we had bought before were in the low 30s, and I think they're in the 40s now. So prices have gone up,
Even
quite a
Chevy
bit for 'em.
Cruises, man. Man.
They are quite a bit cheaper for the government pricing. We buy them off of the My Deal thing through the state. So the state puts it out for all the government agencies to use, and they get a better price on the vehicle than what a normal person would to go in and get one.
Do you have a suggestion of what a more reasonable number may be?
I think probably to get 2 sedans, probably be in 75,000 range.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to make an amendment, a budget amendment for 75,000 for the purchase of 2 additional code enforcement vehicles, Department 733.
Is there a second?
I second it.
So that motion is now before us. Deputy Mayor Stevens, did you have an item?
No, so I was just going to say that we will get the correct GL numbers for you. More than likely what will happen is the funds will come from this fund, but they'll get transferred to the capital improvement fund or some other fund to actually make the purchase.
Understood. Any further discussion? I think that we want to be very intentional with, we're making bold, dramatic changes that the mayor and his team are proposing to strengthen code enforcement, building safety, our neighborhood quality of life, and we want to ensure that with that bold reorganization, that they have the resources to be fully effective versus limited impact. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call on the amendment of adding $75,000 for the purchase of vehicles under Department 733 Code Enforcement. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Now might be a good time for us to postpone this item until next week's meeting. There are a number of additional amendments, but I don't want to force you to stay all night unless that's your
Keep
preference.
it rolling.
So some would like to keep it rolling. Is there a motion to postpone this ordinance before us for 1 week?
I make a motion to postpone for 1 week.
Support.
Oh, there's a hand from the clerk. Let's handle that procedurally first.
So, thank you, Mr. President. If it's your intent to adopt the budget a week from today, which will be the 21st, you may actually want to set some special meetings in between that time, because the budget needs to be adopted in its final format with all the changes incorporated, the ordinance, as an entire package.
Okay.
So you may want to add a special meeting.
Or if you want, if this council wants to make the commitment that if we're clear on the merits or what it's proposing, that we not sort of debate them at length. Do you want to keep going on amendments, see if we can complete them here, or you want a new day, an additional special meeting?
How many more do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7, 8.
We did our homework.
10, 11, 12,
Yeah, because-
13, 14,
Absolutely.
15, 16.
Yeah, that's a
Whole
lot.
bunch of support for that one.
So
And
here's
then I
the-
think there's,
Special meeting, I think we need to
But this is the
put
problem.
some dates together.
This is the problem.
Probably you need another
We need-
meeting, Mr. President.
18,
before.
and then the fees, or just as a sort of a housekeeping, but 19, 20, 21, 21.
So here's the problem, because I work, and so I won't be able to be able to truly support the things that I'm doing, and I'm a little skeptic that we won't be able to be presented well, because I got 1, 2, I think at least 2 of them on there, and I want to make sure that I do my due diligence to my citizens and saying I did the best I could with what I was given, and I don't think it's gonna be that way. Come next week.
We could propose.
Well, the point is that what the clerk is saying, we need to have all the amendment action
Okay.
done before next week.
Okay.
So that way, it's all final, it's all inclusive, and this is what's adopted for the people and for us, because it's got to be the final ordinance, the final version. So that way, there's no, when we're changing it later, there's a little.
Do we want to look at dates and times?
Or, Mr. President,
Yeah.
You could clear the agenda for next week, for the 21st meeting, continue to go through the proposals, and then set a special meeting for the following day to actually adopt the budget.
So that would be Wednesday, the 22nd?
Second, right.
Well, per the current city charter, no meeting exists if the mayor or deputy mayor isn't there. So is Wednesday, the 22nd, a viable option for you? And then
I don't-
council members?
I don't have my calendar on me, but I believe it is for me. Deputy Mayor, does it work for you? So one of us in any event, probably both of us, of course, but one of us in any event will definitely be here.
Anyone have strong concerns for an additional meeting on Wednesday, the 22nd, which may be brief because it may be the formal ratification of the final document before us? Councilwoman Rutherford?
What the time?
I don't want to screw Councilman Parker to accommodate another. But so 6, I would anticipate.
Okay, then I'm here.
I will not be here. But do not hold it up just for me.
I'm good. I'm good.
So,
We have a quorum.
we might have ourselves a working scenario where we'll schedule an additional meeting for the purposes of adopting the final all-in budget with all reflected changes. So we are before us right now is the budget ordinance. There was a motion to postpone for 1 week from Pro Tem Carrington. Was that seconded?
Support.
Seconded by Goodman. So the motion before us now is, are we going to postpone this ordinance, specifically the budget, for 1 week, meaning that we'll resume amending action on Tuesday, June 21st, starting at our regular meeting, 6 p.m. And the intention will be to have that the primary agenda focus.
Okay.
Everyone clear on that?
So the plan is to do our regular meeting at Tuesday and another one on Wednesday, correct?
That's the working plan, but what's before us right now is just postponing what's before us, the budget, for 1 week, so that way we're opting not to make tonight the marathon.
Yeah.
No problem with it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we postpone this ordinance before us for 1 week. Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. This ordinance will be a returning item of business on the Tuesday, June 21st meeting. I make a motion that we pass a resolution, or that we, tell me, Clerk Doyle, if we need to suspend the rules, that it is hereby resolved by the Pontiac City Council that a meeting be scheduled on Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022, at 6 p.m. Does that do it? Special meeting.
Was that Wednesday?
Special meeting,
knock you out.
Wednesday, June 22nd, 6 p.m., and it's in resolution form. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we schedule a special meeting of the City Council that would actualize what we've been discussing, that creates an additional meeting, so that way we're allowing time for the final budget document to be fully I's dotted, T's crossed, and still satisfying the calendar requirements that the state of Michigan and our ordinances require. Any clarity needed on that resolution before us? Do I need to do anything more to add it to the agenda, or is that
I think that's fine. You said special meeting on the budget.
special meeting on the budget, June 22nd, 2022, 6 p.m., council chambers? A lot of laughs, a lot of smiles. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of that resolution. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
and Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now at communications. I'll be very brief. I'm just going to announce what's in there, not all the logistics, but that Peace Academy has their preschool enrollment fair June 13th through the 16th. The Michigan Secretary of State has a mobile office at Ruth Peterson Center in our city. Those interested, and that's on June 16th, call 248-346-4246 to make an appointment, which is required. Juneteenth celebration, June 17th, 18th, and 19th, that was announced earlier. Pontiac Public Library Summer Reading Carnival, June 18th, announced previously. Juneteenth, that day of jubilation, Dramatic Reading Theater, June 18th, 2 p.m., Bowen Center. Pontiac Juneteenth Parade honoring Attorney Albert Hatchett, June 19th, 1 p.m. Pontiac Farmers Market, June 19th, 1 to 4 p.m. at Hidden River Plaza. Strand Theater Marquee Concert with Thornetta Davis and Tino G up in the mix. That is, as well as a Pontiac Makers Market Vendors Expo. That's June 25th. The concert at 4, the Vendor Expo at 3, and that's at the Flagstar Strand Theater downtown. M1 Concourse, Cars Under the Stars. They're having their fireworks on Sunday, June 26th. Gates open at 5, fireworks at 9:45 p.m. Sunday, June 26th. M1 Concourse. Power Company Kids Club and Deputies for Kids. That's July 6th at Aaron Perry Park. And then we now turn to the mayor's office to give those two announcements. If you'd like to verbalize them, or we can blaze through it. It's about City Hall closure and the Town Hall meeting, July 20th.
Yes, is that, I was going to mention those items under my closing comments, but I'm happy to mention them
Take
now.
them out now, please.
So we are going to be closed Monday for Juneteenth. This is a decision that we made on the executive branch side Probably long overdue for City Hall here in Pontiac to be closed on Juneteenth, but it was a really easy decision in light of the fact that the federal government has officially made Juneteenth a federal holiday. And then we're also excited to announce that as part of our focus on making sure that the public has an opportunity to be heard, ask questions, and make suggestions just in general, we're doing a town hall on July 20th, Wednesday, July 20th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. regarding a proposed development at the old Lakeside Housing Project. So this is a development entitled The Shores. And again, I want to really emphasize that no decision is going to be made in this regard until after the public has an opportunity to be heard. They made a presentation only at a planning commission meeting that was televised, and that was the initial step in getting the word out to the community about this. We have flyers outside about the town hall coming up on July 20th, but we encourage the community to come out to the Bowen Center on July 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. There's been some mistaken information out there saying that this is going to occur on June 20th. That is not the case. It is July 20th.
We are now at public comment. President Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Is it Andrea Manns? Is she still here? Yeah. Yes. You have the podium.
Good evening. I'd like to say, I did hear you all say when Councilman Parker brought up the money for the animals, and only thing that was mentioned was dogs. There's possums, raccoons, deer, groundhogs, and groundhogs, I don't know whether you all know it, but they do dig holes in your yard, so when you cutting your grass, you can twist your ankle. They also climb up in the engines of your car and chew the wires and stuff like that. And I don't know if anybody ever walked out their house and saw a raccoon and you've been held hostage in your house because you don't want to come out because you don't know if the raccoon may have rabies or the possums may have rabies or any of the numerous animals that's running around wild and rampant in the city of Pontiac. Not to mention, I brought up here 4 times, I know, in the last couple of weeks about the pole barn next door to me. The grass is taller than I am. It's over the fence, and all kind of animals are over there. And it's also like you all mentioned, you mentioned that negative impact on the surrounding houses, the vacant eyesore, and eyesores are taken seriously. But that's an eyesore, and it don't seem to be taken seriously. It seems like if you have money or you don't live in Pontiac and you buy property, you can let it go and look however you want to, and you're not held accountable. But the people that live there are held accountable for how their property looks. I don't think that's fair at all. And you're worried about $100,000 for pavement marking. We got potholes that look like ditches. And you come through there, you sprinkle a little asphalt, run it over, and the next day the pothole is right back. Or the ditch, whatever you want to call it. But it damages your cars, tears up your tires, slices the tires and all of that stuff. None of that's being addressed. But I guess the pavement markers will make the streets look good or something. I don't know, but that's really all I got to say.
Thank you. The Honorable Mr. Bill Maxey.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, Community at Large and Governance. The 15th is going to be a very hot day. No time in this history since I've been living in Pontiac, it's going to be 97 degrees. Our service to the community, to the veterans, the seniors, and community at large. We will be distributing water at east of here at the end of the parking lot for the homeless, the seniors, veterans, in fact, community at large. We've done this for 3 years before the pandemic. We must make sure that our residents in this city have cold water, 97 degrees. Now, to start this off, ACES Military, is one contributor. Community at large is the other. And a couple of more donors who don't want their name announced. But District 1 has already started. We have our thing in place. We have our water, we have our volunteers. I'm saying to you, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, between the hours of 8 and 12, we'll take a break. And then from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, we must have water distribution, cold water for our citizens. Now, also at the same time, I ask the council to participate, that they bring ice and a case of water. As I said, District 1 started this as always. We're ahead of the game. We need to take care of our citizens. 97 is hard. And I asked the mayor and his staff, you come back, you drop off a case of water and some ice. I just hope that some of our citizens don't die from heat stroke or whatever. But we are service. I wake up to serve. And all the elected officials and all of us that are community activists, whatever you want to call us, we wake up to serve. Let's serve our citizens. On the 15th of June, 97 degrees. That is hot, hot, hot. So we'll be out there. I'll be out there taking my break, 1 o'clock. So far, I have 2 volunteers, and guess what? They're all from District 1. Then this is the first time I'm saying it, but you hear it now. There's no such thing as better late than never. So I'll be looking for everybody to participate, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, and our council and community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Kathy, I pronounce your name, and please forgive me, Desiree? Desiree.
So close. Before you set my time, nobody mentioned Pastor Parker's birthday. He had a birthday this week. We want to say happy birthday to him.
Stealing my closing comment.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
I jest.
Shade.
I'm a little concerned about the SMART thing. As usual, the northeast end of town gets left with nothing. And that there is a bus that used to run up Updike and down Jocelyn. That's not there now. Under these new, you might want to look at that. Also, our end of town has big parks, great parks, and we're not even considered for the summer program. Come on, people. Not partnering with Pastor Gunn is a tragic mistake. We might be duplicating his programs. He has 700 plus kids all summer long. You need to work with him, not against him. The Boulevard Church has a school, they have a gym, they have a playground, they have parking. We weren't called to see what we could do to help. The grass at the old truck terminal on Jocelyn is waist high. It looks really bad. And I know there's no trucks there anymore, but somebody must be responsible for the grass. I found out today that we have a change in rules. I was Pastor Peyton asked me to put something on the agenda for him, and I didn't know we don't go to the clerk anymore for that. We go to the president of the city council now to put something on the agenda. So that's out there for the public so that they all know. I'm concerned for the kids at our end of town. Many of them are from ethnic families. They may not have cars to get them where they need to go to come downtown to recreation things. We have all of these facilities at our end of town that are never used. We're not even asked if we want to use them. I know Pastor Parker and I talk about Galloway a lot, so does Sister James. But there are other things out there. That's not the only park at our end of town. And our kids need some activity that they can walk to. They can't all come downtown. And I'd like you to please think about that.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Jasper.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Last week we had the Munson Truth. I don't know if you can read this. I'll try. I wrote it a little small this time. But basically, it's called attorney-client privilege. Most people don't know what that means. Attorneys do. If you want to hold a secret, do attorney-client privilege. A right, immunities granted, particular benefits, favor, and confidentiality. That's what happened with the GSA. It was a legal document. It's a living document. And you were just talking about tearing down a school. School that you paid $600,000 for in the GSA, which, by the way, was transferred for $0 prior. Now you're talking about $1.6 million investment. That's pretty cool. The Munson Truth 2. Retiree Board voted 3-6 against doing the retirement plan and adding $400 for the retirees. It was the retiree members that voted it in, not the board. The attorneys work for the elected officials, not the members. So guess what? Their client privilege is for those people, not the members. You need to remember that. That's exactly what's going on with the Global Settlement Agreement, which you have a partnership with. The Ottawa Towers can't paint itself. It's an animate object. Who's your partner? The Munson Truth 3. The Global Settlement Agreement, or the GSA, was a legal document put together by the attorneys so they could do a confidentiality with the ex-mayor and the city. And that was so nobody could see what was going on. But you have proof. I've given it to you. They publicly announced it and violated the promissory note. So you have a partnership. Maybe when you decide to tear down a property, spend $1 million, you might want to ask how much they're contributing, because I don't see anything being contributed by the third party. The bus stop that you guys lost, guess what? That was money. That didn't have anything to do with the fact that they were worried about 8 years of complaints. Somebody recently complained that there's an issue. Well, fix it. Take care of the people. Stop taking care of the money, because it's not any good. And by the way, they hide this with nonprofits, 503Cs, and LLCs. They use it as an umbrella. The people are hidden through confidentiality, attorney tricks. They use the law to protect their buddies so they can put money in their pockets. Get real, people. The little cities doesn't do that. I actually made it the people's network so the people get paid and they ground up and they get taken care of. The grass, we'd already cut it. All you have to do is bill the people that are sitting there doing it. They do it to any other citizen. $300 cut your lawn because it's a foot high. You got grass this high. Are you kidding me? Munson Truth 4, the attorneys for the city entered into the confidentiality agreement. Thank you very much. And by the way, you should look at your budget and maybe take care of the TP and Plaza. Is that in there?
Sir. Mr. James Sabish.
Mayor, Council, City of Pontiac, that's still up. I'm going to quote Proverbs 4:7. Wisdom is a prime thing. Acquire wisdom, and with all that thou acquire understanding. My problem is the more I know, less I understand. The other reference that I quote will be from the Dominic sisters. Seek truth, make peace, revere life. I add to that, communicate with compassion. I wish I had enough words to thank you for you ladies and gentlemen for the job that you do. I'll hang around and try to get a little education myself. I'm sure you're up to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That concludes our public comments.
All right, we're at closing comments. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. I wanted to begin just by making sure that the public is aware that my understanding, at least, and what SMART has communicated, is that service will not change in terms of the routes. So there's nothing about the change of locations of bus stops downtown that will affect the Perry route. So I want to be really clear about that. The routes themselves will not be changing. It's where in the downtown area people will be picked up for the different routes. Now that's obviously concerning for all the reasons we've already discussed, but I don't want anybody thinking that they won't ultimately, if they're at the correct bus stop, be able to get to where they're going, because those routes are not fundamentally changing except within the downtown area to accommodate the new bus stop locations. But there's still going to be a route out Perry. In terms of the community center issue, we'd love to talk about the Boulevard Church. If the Boulevard Church is actually interested in participating, we can certainly have that conversation. But the other thing I want to emphasize is when we talk about a central location for a permanent youth recreation center, the thought is not that that will be the only location for youth recreation programming, but that will be the one location for the city-owned center. There's a thought that we will continue to have some number of satellite locations in addition to one centrally located city-owned location in partnership with other community groups. It could include maybe some parkland during summer months, but that there'll be some satellite locations in partnership with schools or churches so that we can have some locations that are located closer to where young people actually live and reside. And then in addition, we're looking at transportation options as well to that centrally located city-owned center so that we can ensure that kids can actually get there. So I wanted to address those concerns. The other item, and this is an announcement, is that because tomorrow, June 15th, is projected to be so incredibly hot, we are going to be operating 2 cooling centers. Those are going to be at the Bowen Center and the Ruth Peterson Center, and they will have extended hours. They normally don't open until 10 a.m., but they're going to open at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So both the Bowen Center and the Ruth Peterson Center will be open at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and open to the general public, as they typically are. But anybody can come in for just purposes of cooling off. And they will be open until 8 p.m. in the evening as a cooling center as well. And that's all I have, Mr. President.
I want to note that this week marks the birthday of Mayor Tim Grimel and Deputy Mayor Kalfani Stevens, one day apart in their birthday. And today, ladies and gentlemen, is Clerk Garland Doyle's birthday. Here till 10:15 and counting with his closest friends / coworkers. Closing comments, Clerk Garland Doyle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't realize that there were so many Geminis at City Hall.
Yeah.
But anyway, Geminis are leaders. But just
There
you go.
Order, please.
I do want to thank the mayor and the council and my fellow city employees who expressed their condolences on the recent passing of my father. The last few months have been a very trying time for me and my family. As you know, my mother passed away at the end of February, and then my father passed away at the end of May. I'll just leave it at that. On another note, I do want to encourage organ donation. Organ donation saves lives. My brother recently received a new liver, and he is home doing well on his road to recovery. So I just wanted to mention some of the organizations that help with organ donation, the Gift of Life, and MOTAP, which helps minorities with organ and tissue donation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Closing comments of council members. Keeping the Gemini train chugging along, celebrating a birthday this past weekend, District 5's representative, the Honorable William Parker Jr. Happy birthday to you, sir. There is a cake awaiting you, yes?
Yes.
Yes, it's in there. I paid for it.
Yes. Okay.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Brother President. As I celebrated the 43rd anniversary of my 21st birthday last Saturday,
Yeah.
I was truly honored by all the accolades of people some whom I didn't really even know that wished me well. And so I just want to say thank you. Please remember to stay safe in the heat. Please remember that we will have our Law and Courts meeting on the 27th of June. Please remember to be kind to one another. And please remember that together we can all achieve more. Thank you. Have a great evening, District 5 and City of Pontiac.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kathleen James, District 4.
Yes, I have a couple of announcements that I'm really happy about. First of all, one of our main community projects for District 4 was to do a mural in District 4 that's going to kind of pull our district together, give us a shared identity and shared pride. So we have partnered with the Oakland Hope Center on the corner of Walton Boulevard and Baldwin, and we currently have a amazing artist, Zach Curtis, who painted the Thrifty Florist mural at I believe that's on Telegraph, and he is also planning to paint a mural of Elizabeth Dennison IV, who is the first African American woman in the city of Pontiac who was a landowner. So we're really happy about that. That work is in progress. We're really excited to see the finished product. And also, in looking through the clerk's information about cannabis that he presented, I saw that we have a marijuana company, Shine Cannabis, part of the Walton Overlay District, who have agreed to host our District 4 meetings in their building. And I thought, wow, this is great. So, we've got some things to really look forward to in the coming months, and looking forward to that. And I think that's it.
Thank you. 543. Councilman Goodman, your closing comments.
I mean, mainly the main thing I have to say is
Take one and get them.
hopefully the community comes out next month to the District 3 community meeting. Much to me and my interns, benefit and chagrin, no resident showed up for our district meeting. However, we did get to have some wonderful time to discuss how our internship is going. However, I do encourage District 3 residents to pay attention. That way they can hopefully attend next month's meeting. That way we can, begin to have better input into the community and really get some things going in District 3. Want to further amplify the multiple Juneteenth events happening over the next week. Given that I helped write that resolution, and Juneteenth is something that I have personally taught about and is very passionate to me. I truly do encourage everyone in the community to especially go out and participate in that, take the time to learn more, not only about the history in the Black community, but also to have really a good time, because that is also a part of this. It's not all about the dread that is the Black experience in history, but the joy that also can come from that same experience. And of course, I definitely want to say some words and put my heart out there for the families that have been affected by violence in the city in the recent days, especially in my district. It has been a extremely rough time for me personally, just hearing about these things and figuring out the way for the city to move forward, especially in my district. So I can only imagine how the residents of my district who are actively being affected by this are feeling, especially the families. So I want to make sure that, you know, I voice my outward dedication to making sure that the city moves on a better path to actually protect our residents moving forward. But outside of that, I think that is it for my time, well, personally. So I'm done talking.
5, 4, 3, 2. Councilman Nicholson.
Wanted to remind District 2 residents, not this Monday, but next, the 27th, is our District 2 potluck and community meeting in Indian Village Park. So again, a relocation from Goldner Walsh to Indian Village Park. We'll be doing a think session on how to further improve the park. So it'll be nice to be able to give them the news that these community dollars have been refilled, and we can have a very meaningful conversation with resources attached. And wanted to thank everybody who participated in the garage sales for District 2. I know many of us were out doing that. Next year we will plan it further in advance. I know a lot of people did have some ideas. You know, we're all sitting there with our wares, and had the historical museum across the street from me that got a lot of great attention. But we can definitely do better and make it even bigger and make it an annual thing. But there is a lot going on in District 2. And I wanted to give a special shout out to the Sheriff's Department. I'm in constant awe of whenever we have one of these horrible scenarios, that so quickly we get word this person's been apprehended, or we have the information and we are currently actively searching for this person. The vast majority of these violent crimes that have happened in our city have been solved, and those people are in custody. I think that they're doing really an amazing job at the investigation end of things, the responsiveness, the quickness. It's really it's very impressive. So thank you, Oakland County Sheriff's Department, for those efforts.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Sorry.
All right. District 1, the Cherry Queen tonight.
Yes. So I'm going to start off with a quote. You know, it's funny how money changes situations. Miscommunication lead to complications. My emancipation don't fit your equation. I was on the humble, you on every station. Someone play young male like you dumb. But remember what the king's not under the sun. Everything you did has already been done. I know all the tricks from seeing the Kingston. My Kingston made your kingdom want to run. Now understand Melly Mel is non-violent. That's by Lauryn Hill. The reason why I quoted that was because it's very simple. Today I'm reminded that artists and talents are not respected in the city I love, in Pontiac. Today I'm reminded that our house is not in order. Today I'm reminded that we still do not want to see our city thrive, especially when you do not support and respect the artistry that we have here. And it saddens me that it's brushed over like, oh, they're just not going to get paid. As a musician who used to make her grind from getting bread from shows, one show can determine whether your lights are going to be on or your lights is off. So it saddens me today. And I can't hide that, because the artistry of me will always come out, because I advocate for what's right, what's fair, what's just. Today, the city didn't do well by the artists that I know. I don't care how you look at it. The perception of it is that is what has happened. And it is sad to me that I'm going to have to say once again, I lied to folks. Because I told them they was going to get paid. I told them we was going to deliver. And it didn't happen. Lauryn Hill is an example of what happens when you do not know how to advocate for yourself. In the end, Lauryn Hill ended up going to prison because she trusted people with her funds and her money, and then she got tax evasion. Now you're like, what does that have to do with this? Every day an artist is starving, especially now. So every show counts and it matters. And I just really hope that the administrator get themselves and get together, because I am not impressed at the way this was handled. Secondly, just to get off that subject, on June the 24th, I'm going to have my District 1 meeting downtown at the Alley Cat from 11 to 1. The food will be served. I'm paying for it, and you ain't got to do nothing but come and voice your opinions. Lastly, I want to honor all of the artists that I do love and support. I will be coming to all of your shows, especially on the Juneteenth. That's why I have on my colors, the red, the black, and the green, because at the end of the day, somebody got to represent for us all and not just some of us. And to that, I say good night.
President Pro Tem Carrington, District 6.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'll keep this short. It's definitely a couple of the public comments were made concerning high grass. Actually, on Jocelyn, that's have been reported already to code enforcement. So I would like to get a follow-up concerning has that the owners of that building, how they've been informed or how they've been in contact. Because that particular business is an ongoing issue. And it should have been cut in April, and it's now in June. And this happens every year with that particular business owner. So this is nothing new. Also, at the corner of Gage and Perry, DPW cut down the grass, but they didn't cut down the bushes that's growing out the stump. So the visual to see that stop sign is still, someone's on not see that stop sign and won't come out until Perry. So please have them go back and cut those bushes that's coming out of that stump. The tree's been cut down years ago, but bushes grows up out of the stump each year, so if it's not cut. This week has definitely been one that has really kind of affected my spirit. And it's concerning the violence that's been happening in our community. I had a chance to go to another vigil. I've been to a lot in the last 12 years in this city. And I honestly, and I'm just I tried to think this weekend as I left that vigil, I wanted to think of things that we can do as a community and as a city to kind of get to the point where we can give children's options. And I saw this quote after I was doing some research, and it stated that when the youths have jobs to do, they won't have drugs and crime to do. And I want to repeat that again. When the youths have jobs to do, they won't have drugs and crimes to do. So as a city, we need to rethink what community means here in the city of Pontiac. We must rethink what our needs are in the community and make those needs a reality that benefits the greater good than just special interest groups. So what I plan to do is go back and look at our budget a little deeper, because I really think it's necessary that we have some kind of, and I don't know if the administration is actually thinking in this process with the ARC funds, some kind of youth development where we're doing some kind of youth training into certain fields, in certain fields in our community. For example, building trades for that 19 to 24 group of citizens that are actually the issue are actually got a lot of time on their hands, and they are the ones that are out, that are getting themselves caught up in this particular world of drugs and gangs and violence. So I'm looking for where can we actually think about in our budget that we can try to at least put some funds there that we can get out to some groups that are already doing some of this training when it comes to that particular group. Good night.
Good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, District 7's councilperson. Want to thank the District 7 residents. Had a really great community meeting last night for the East Side and our District 7. Thank you to those residents that took the time to come out. I want to congratulate the Pontiac School District. They've entered a new partnership with Davenport University and have created 75 new scholarships toward urban education degrees available to students, teachers, and parents in the district. So that Urban Education Partner School Program will offer up to $12,000 each academic year toward a bachelor's degree and $7,000 toward a master's degree in urban education or an urban education graduate certificate. And it speaks to how right now there's currently 63 vacancies across all content areas in the Pontiac School District alone, and we know there are other education institutions throughout our community in the region, so it's a strong, pervasive need for those to pursue education, and I'm grateful that Davenport University has identified Pontiac School District, our community, to have that scholarship opportunity. The Murphy Park is the site of a concert this Saturday, June 18th, from 4 to 8 p.m. It's the Pontiac Meals and Wheels Foundation and the Area Agency on Aging 1B presenting a second annual Father's Day Blues in the Park. So it's Saturday, June 18th, 4 to 8 p.m. So a lot of resources and musical performances there, and happening in lucky number 7, District 7 at Murphy Park. So Spread the word, free and open to all, and we hope you'll amplify that message. And for the sake of time, I'll conclude with a happy birthday, Councilman Parker, Clerk Doyle, Mayor Grimel, Deputy Mayor Stevens. I hope that the way for my council colleagues, the way that we were trying to very systematically go through the amendments, that structure is working for you. Let me know of additional items that you'd like to see incorporated, so that way we could do it in a structured way to benefit the residents, ourselves, the administration, and staff. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting?
So moved.
It's been moved by Goodman, seconded by Rutherford, that we adjourn. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Birthday man, Clerk Garland Doyle.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are adjourned at 10:29 p.m. Now to cake.